Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation. Yes, indeed, and we are back within and without Salvation. Very far without, actually, today. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to Day 68 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War. This is From Dust, Part 5. We are in the midst of Season 4 of Oracle of War, the penultimate season of Oracle of War, and I am very, very excited to be back with this tonight. We've got a whole bunch of stuff going on. It's going to be awesome. So this is episode Day 68. No, it is not the sacred session. It is only 68, but I am very excited for it, and yeah, we're going to see how these folks manage to get past this, if they can. Can they? We're about to find out. But before we go any further, just a couple of reminders on this Saturday, January 18th, about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and if you're following me over there or subscribe to me, welcome those of you watching on YouTube, and please consider spreading the word. Please let everybody know about the YouTube channel. Please subscribe to us there.
because it is one of the ways that we're trying to reach people. We are almost to 1,100 subscribers. It costs you nothing to subscribe there, but it really helps us in the algorithm out. So we are only a few away from that 1,100 number, so please do that. Please, while you're at it, don't forget to check out some of the shorts videos that we have over there, because given what has happened, at least in the United States, to TikTok and what may happen across the world, I have a feeling there's going to be some other alternative places for short videos soon, and I have a feeling that YouTube may be one of the leaders in that category, so definitely want to check out the YouTube channel. Discord is !arvcord. Yeah, exactly. I was just talking about that, Triffid, exactly. Discord is !arvcord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter, !arvtweets. Blue Sky, !arvsky. And our website for all this is arvanelleron.com. Don't forget to check out Hearthglow, which is the limited run podcast set in my Forbidden Library universe. That is going to be ending in March with a great live in-person finale at Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut. I hope people will be able to join us there. Once we have dates, I will, of course, give everyone the details about that. I'll have more details about that next month, but it's going to be awesome. You will not want to miss it. So check that out on Hearthglow, which is on, again, arvanelleron.com. Also, check out Zach Clay's and my Gen GM show, which focuses on GM and DM tips within tabletop role play. Those of you watching this may be vaguely interested in that sort of thing, so you should check that out at Gen GMs as well. As we move on to the financial stuff, Exclamation Point Arv Shop, that's the merchandise area where you can get swag related to this group and also swag related to some of the other campaigns we have on this channel. Tari and I are going to be expanding that fairly soon with some other new emotes and things like that. So cool merch to be found there. Also, our Patreon, !Arvtreon, really trying to get that back up to triple digits. There are a lot of cool things that you can get on that Patreon that you can't get just from subbing, besides inspirations to help our players, which you can also get through subbing. On the Patreon, you can get character backgrounds written for you. You can get an epic poem written about you. You can even get critiques of your writing if you support at a high enough tier. So please do consider supporting the Patreon. That really does make a difference, and it has the fewest fees taken out of it too, so that does help us out. Also, of course, subbing to the channel, as Tren was nice enough to do earlier this session. That is also a great way to help us out, and you get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch as well. Not to mention, you also get inspirations to help our players, so please do that. That is the stuff with the financial stuff. On the publication side of things, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library, my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Grayshade. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub gift, Tom, and thank you so much. I appreciate that, Tom. Tom has been incredibly generous, as you can see, 122 gift subs. 100 of those were at once, by the way. Thank you so much, Tom, and welcome to the Arvanauts, Thoughtstained. I hope you enjoy the emotes and things like that. Let's see. What else do I need to mention? Grayshade, Grayshade. That is my Grayshade IP. Grayshade, Renegade, and Heretic is the Grey Assassin trilogy. You can get that at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Grayshade from our very own Tren Sparks, about whom more in a moment. You can get that at that link, and you can also get the pre-order the Grayshade tabletop role-playing game coming out from Alligator Alley and from our very own Brandon O'Brien, also about whom more in a moment. And that is going to be coming out the summer of this year, folks. It's just about to go into final edits, so now is the time. Please do pre-order it. It really does help us out, and you will like it too. So please check it out if you like that whole tabletop thing. And last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message. We'll do so for others in the future. And Tom, I very much appreciate that sentiment. Likewise, thank you so much. Again, I'm so fortunate to have the best community of people on Twitch. It really does make a difference. So thank you so much. All right. Well, with that said, quick note on the schedule. We have this going on tonight. On Tuesday, I will be back with the rescheduled Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream with Tari Tunes as we finally finish up Skylord. And then I will be over on the GogCom channel. I don't believe we are doing, actually, wait a minute. Let me just quickly double check. Hold on one second. I want to make sure if we had rescheduled anything for that. Right, so it is by the dice roll. So we have Fighting Fantasy Gamebook, and then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, we will have by the dice roll with D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh as we come back into that campaign. That's going to be awesome. Really excited for that. And then Caves of Kood, and next week, the 25th, a week from today, we have Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, and that campaign is really moving in awesome directions as well. So that's the deal with all of that, and I am excited for all of it. And with that, I am going to unmute myself, let the folks know that we are ready to go. Apologize if I have interrupted any of them inadvertently because I couldn't hear them. Then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, head over to reveal that crew. You can see they are here. They are prepared. They are all, none of them are busy or tired or none of that. They're all just, everything's fine. They're all ready to go. Yeah, I am excited because as I said to them just before I came over to introduce things to all of you, I'm sure that everything will be fine. I can't imagine what could go wrong as they walk into the lair of a possibly thousands-year-old ancient and evil sage. What could be wrong? I mean, I can't imagine. So in that spirit, I will talk to the gentleman at the bottom left of the ziggurat here, and that, of course, is Tren Sparks. Tren, good to see you. Tren, how are you feeling today? Like, everything would be just fine? Like, are you confident of today's session, or are there concerns for you at all? And who are you playing today?
So we've got this furry convention going on in town. It's one of the big ones, and I'm not going because I'm here, but I wouldn't be going anyway. So don't feel guilty.
All right. I was going to say
I was like, no, because I would just go over there and hang out with people who are local. And why would I spend that much money to go hang out with people who are local when I could very easily just call them and say, hey, you want to go get dinner or something? And I can't even be bothered to do that. So whatever. So recently I've just got to answer your question. Yes and no. I was watching somebody streaming classic World of Warcraft the way it was when I first started playing.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, and then he started doing stuff and I was like, no, you just need to, it's the button you're looking for. By the time I type it out, he's off somewhere else doing something. Oh God. And so the need, the hunger, the craving.
Oh no, it's reached out
to teach how to play this game properly. I reactivated my subscription and downloaded, but they are playing classic hardcore. So if your character dies, they're dead.
Yeah.
And you have to create a new character. You can delete the old one and recreate them with the same name, but they're still starting over at level 1. And I'm like, that changes how you okay, you have to do this very, very differently now. And then I'm like, oh, okay, dude, where are you? So I can show you this. And he logs out. It's okay. I'll catch him next time. I haven't seen him once anywhere in the game. I've had like 6 characters die in the process of trying to, and so I'm like, why did I come back to this? Why am I still doing this? I don't understand.
You realize what happened was he logged out and he was just like, my work here is complete, right? As you were like logging out.
No, the fun part about watching him stream this thing is that he'll be shooting something or fighting it with his druid, and another mob will come up behind him because he's got his camera zoomed way in so he can't see what's going on behind him. And like he'll come in and attack him, and his screams are just delicious. They are so just, oh my God, it's like just stereotypical 1940s and 50s housewife on the chair with the mouse and just screaming at it's so good. Anyway, hi, I'm Tren Sparks. I'm a voice actor person who's got an audiobook that's finally out.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Finally. Power of the Wolf is finally available on Audible for people.
Outstanding.
I'll put the link in the thing in a minute. But I am playing the Attenton Tagashot to Kenneth.
Alaric Ward. Oh, sorry.
Yes. Oh, see, there again. I've been told how to pronounce his name so many different ways by people who are supposed to be in the know. It's like, is it Alaric? Is it Alaric? I've been told both.
Yes.
By the people who are supposed to be telling me how to.
Size in Tirnanog, which I was told 5 different times by 5 different people. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, audio monkeys, just dance and give us what you want.
Oh my goodness. Tom with a gift with 5 more gift subs. Tom, I am things are good in your part of the woods, so I shall spread some love. Well, I am glad that things are good in your part of the woods, but that's very generous of you. As always, Tom, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And look, Radio Johnny Panda got hit with that latest subgroup. Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate that. I will temporarily mute notifications so as not to bother everybody in the process of that, but you'll still be able to see them. So, well, thank you, Trent. I'm excited to see what Tanton gets up to. Right?
I barely even got through his name.
Oh, well, then I mean, go on. Yeah, you were too busy kind of figuring out the other thing. That's right, because of pronunciation. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, he's a battlesmith, an artificer, human dragon marked artificer. With a mechano good boy named Spanner, who, I mean, you guys saw the opening credits, you know what he looks like. But more important than that is this.
is Marie. Thanks, Trent. It's good to see, as always, it is good to see Marie Bilodeau as well. I am excited because for both Marie and the next person down on the Ziggurat and Brian Talwara, we are moving ever closer. We are now only a little over a month away from the big storytelling event, which is going to be taking place at St. John's University in Queens, New York, and will be open to the public. And so I hope that people will be able to make it to that if you happen to be in the area and see 3 spectacular internationally renowned, let's put it that way, awesome storytellers in discussion about storytelling in the modern age. I'm very excited for it. And besides that, it's always good to see Marie regardless. Marie, how are you? How's everything in your neck of the woods? How are you feeling about today? Are you feeling good about this session, and who are you playing in this?
Yeah, I feel really good about today because we've just encountered someone who likes to sing, and a bit of a creepy vibe, but I feel like we got a lot in common, so I'm going to make BFFs. That's how I feel today will go. Just best friends everywhere.
Absolutely.
I'm very excited. Thank you.
Got a webbing attached to him. This is very good, looks dead. A totally normal guy. Sure.
You know what? I'm open-minded. I don't want to judge.
Yes, true.
He got his vibe, I got mine. It's good. And yeah, it's going well here. So last night it was Carrie's aunt. What?
I'm just ready. I'm ready.
Wow.
You said
Rude.
Carrie and last night, and I'm like, I hear a baking story going on. All right.
Rude. So we went out and we killed 5 people.
Wow.
Last night we blew up the house. How's that feel?
Escalated
What do you
quickly.
think of that? Smart guy.
Who's predictable now? Oh my God, Gary's behind you.
I know. Exactly.
All right. Last night, it was Carrie's aunt's 80th birthday, which was a big one, particularly as she's been going through a lot of cancer treatments and doing well. So we celebrated in big style by ordering a bunch of Chinese food, like a lot of Chinese food, like way too much Chinese food. But also, Carrie made a Black Forest cheesecake with a graham cracker crust. And it was amazing. And cherries from our backyard tree from, not now, but in the spring.
I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. I know what global climate change, but still.
Snow cherries.
Yeah, just cherries. We just picked them outside. Yeah. So yeah, it's good. It's been good. We just finished a cheesecake actually, so I might be really, really hyper, and then I'll just fall asleep. Just
collapse.
don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. I'm
Mary May's
fine.
knocked unconscious. You're like, that's good.
Yeah.
I will now act out the nap.
I am a method role player.
Yes, clock. Yeah. So yes, I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a College of Sword Bard, which is a really fun build. I wasn't sure how I'd feel about the College of Sword build because it had a lot of different reviews on it. Some people were like, no, you shouldn't do that, blah, 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 because it's a melee fighter. What are you doing? But it's an amazing build. I absolutely love it. And I am excited tonight to stab some people, probably some undead people. and to hang out with my friends while we all stab people together or throw fireballs at them or various different spells.
Or diplomatically reason your way out of scenarios. I mean, there's no guarantee. You're not murder hobos here. Like, you know.
When was the last time we did that?
I mean, you don't always
like,
disintegrate people.
I don't know,
in
Captain
food cult.
Disintegration.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You crossed over into murder hobo after you asked that question.
you tell us moving to the Sith. How's that sound?
Hey, to be fair, like these people are already dead, so it's not technically murder. It's just, you know,
It's a release.
giving.
Yes.
Yeah, releasing.
Right. It's a return to the
beautiful.
natural state of things. Yeah.
My gosh, we really are heroes. Yeah, so I am excited to play tonight and stab some things, or not, or diplomatically resolve situations.
Yes, we'll see whether it's diplomacy or the end of a sword diplomacy. But regardless, always a pleasure to see Marie. Also, always a pleasure to see, as I mentioned before, a person we'll be seeing shortly, Brandon O'Brien, who is also, of course, as I mentioned, doing the Gray Shade tabletop role-playing game, which is going to be out this summer. It is going to be going into edits very shortly. I'm super excited about it. It has looked great so far. And so, but also I'm excited to see Brandon literally next month in person when we actually see him at this event. So yes, how's things with you, Brandon? How are you feeling about descending into the lair of this ancient evil sage, and sort of demonic singing from a dead dwarf guy with spiderweb attached to him? How you feeling these days, and who are you playing?
So I'm just going to point out that the person playing the bard forgot that diplomacy was an option and had to be reminded. So that does not bode well for the rest of us, some of whom only have guns. So we'll see how that goes. I was gonna say it's not murder because you cannot kill the dead. They're already like you can't unring that bell. Or re-ring it in this particular instance,
Ding, ding.
which is worse for us in the event that things become hostile, but we'll figure out how it goes. I've always wanted to know if Dungeons and Dragons works the way Final Fantasy does, where if you heal an undead creature, it takes damage and dies.
No, I wanted
anymore.
it to.
If only you throw a phoenix down
Yeah,
at it, right? Like,
shame.
aha!
It
It
used to.
Yeah.
It used to,
Yeah,
but not
back in
anymore.
the day.
It strikes you as common sense, right? You are technically dead. I am bringing you back to life, but you cannot. But the only alternative to that state now is for you to finally go to sleep. But I guess D&D doesn't like common sense. So yeah. I have no media stories to tell this week because I have been in the hole, as it were, trying to finish multiple projects at once, including the aforementioned Gray Shade, which will be going via email to the rest of the team very soon this weekend, so everybody can finally do the thing. But one of the things that did strike me this week is recently the director David Lynch passed away. And for all his strangenesses, I have adored Lynch's work for quite some time. When people ask me what my GM style is, one of the things that I regularly tell them is that my games games typically turn right at Twin Peaks.
Interesting.
I have regularly adored the creative attachment that Lynch has, not only to not giving answers to the questions of his work, but not doing so because what is most valuable is how other people experience it. That if you are essentially giving someone a dream, it doesn't matter what the dream means, it matters how you interpret the dream. So one of the things that I've seen on the internet that I think has been like really kind of refreshing is a lot of writers and musicians and directors and game designers going, this is your reminder to do the weirdest thing that you possibly can. And I am saying this aloud as a reminder to everyone in chat as well, that if there is a thing that you are presently working on, find that room in that thing where you can do the absolute strangest possible thing that you possibly can, and see what that thing looks like when it is at its strangest and most dreamlike self.
Yeah.
So yeah, hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. And tonight I will be playing Rowan Shallow, who has forgotten why we're in this room, but is sure that we don't need to answer the question of why we're in this room by shooting something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we will discuss that in just a moment during the recap. But cosign on all the stuff relating to. I wasn't the biggest David Lynch fan, but I said that I felt the same way that I did. Well, I felt the same way that I did when David Bowie passed, which is that I wasn't wild about David Bowie's music, but David Bowie's music was enormously important. And so, like, David Lynch was enormously important regardless of whether I specifically vibed with it, right? And that's largely because what you just said, Brandon, about taking big swings. And I agree with that. If you can continue to work on your craft while taking big swings, that's how you're going to have the best opportunity, I think, to combine the opportunity and the moment with your own sort of drive to do something with it. So
you just have a thing about David's.
yes, yeah, exactly. And then when David Blaine,
Somebody click on burn.
Duchovny.
David Duchovny. He's still alive though. I'm sorry.
That's true.
All right, Michelangelo's David. Then he's probably dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to say one other thing, but I'll wait till the other folks are introduced to say something about a person that I think many of us knew, but I'll talk about that in a minute. Thank you, Brandon. And always a pleasure to see you. Also a pleasure to see Jennifer Brozick as well. Good to see you, Jen. I hope all is well. I have heard rumors that the kittens may now be, especially one of them, is now returned to her normal running around crazily state.
Thunderbutts.
So
They
yes,
have
absolutely.
Thunderbutts.
So how, I guess my question I've been asking everyone is, how are you feeling about walking into the heart of this evil sage's lair, and who are you playing today?
I hate every part of it, but we've got to do this to save the world, so that's what we're gonna do. I will mention to Brandon and to Marie, Twin Peaks, the shooting locations are within driving distance of my house.
That's actually where Clea my wife got her driving lessons, was in that exact area, because she grew up in the Pacific Northwest.
Just so you know, so
yeah.
for WorldCon, when y'all are at my house or near my house,
I am very much in favor of this. I've been telling people the entire time when people ask me about what my plans are for Seattle WorldCon, I'm like, please show me the spookiest, weirdest places that you can imagine, because I hear that the PNW is incredibly spooky. So now that you've reminded me of that, I need to now make plans.
Yeah, I mean,
specifically to find to see if the diner is still there. And
the diner is still there, and the casino is a very nice restaurant that I occasionally go to.
All right, done.
It's a thing, and so, but for me, today is the day where the kittens are all back. They're all fine. Freya had the break in her pelvis because she is a kitten full of bees, but she is fine. One leg may be slightly longer than the other now because of that, but the way the pelvis sits now. That does not seem to stop her from suplexing her brother, who is 2 times her size, at all times. And today is the day where all things change, because we've been putting them to bed at night into the cat room. Tonight, we're not putting them to bed. We're just gonna see how the next couple of weeks goes with them running around at night.
Wow.
So this will be exciting, because they're now big enough that I'm not afraid that bad things will happen. I'm sure bad things will happen, but not deadly, lethal bad things. I'm just sure many things will be broken or knocked off or something.
Yep.
I'm very busy. I've just taken on another project for a certain editor that I'm managing another project, I should say, and editing it. But the thing that I came across this week, it's not even my work, but it's so delightful that it's a Kickstarter called Cats, the Conspiracy. It's a role-playing game that I desperately want to play, and I've been actually starting to watch the live plays. And I'm going to recommend that people at least take a look at it. And if you're a YouTuber, look up this exact name, and there's 4 1-hour blocks of a live play that are just delightful. like delightful. I'm like, I want to play this. And my husband's like, well, then I guess you need to back it. And so I am. And thus I will play a cat someday.
Whatever. It says everything you've learned in history books know about cats. Discover the greatest secret of all because cats are the brightest. Why is this a secret? I think everyone's aware that cats secretly have this deep intelligence. And
well, there's different. There's the original cats that created mankind, and then there's the regressed cats that are just
I see.
cats.
I see. Okay, totally. In that case, totally different.
So,
That's the
in any case, that's
conspiracy
the
is
thing
a
I would like to
complete
say. I mean,
tabletop role-playing game that lets you play as cats, not as common domestic cats, but the feline equivalent of James Bond and Evelyn Saul.
I mean, it just got me, and it is hilarious. And this may be a thing that one might be a good in between set of games or something. So there's that.
I mean, it is very rare for cute things to happen on this channel
I will
very often,
say-
so
Yeah,
we
who
should
does
slot
that?
this in somewhere.
Next month, the first issue of Augment magazine, the Shadowrun In-World magazine, comes out.
Oh, cool.
And we have a couple of contributors. Marie and Brandon both have contributed to it. I am the managing editor for it. As soon as we get a link, I will be giving it to you. But I'm very proud of it. I have shepherded this massive magazine from beginning to end with my art director, Kat Hardy, who's amazing. And it's beautiful. And you don't have to know a thing about Shadowrun to enjoy the magazine. So I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing, in this oh-so-subtle group. For those of you who are new, whenever I do magic, I have a giant aura that comes out of swirling dragons.
With two big blinking neon arrows saying magic at Nisiana's. And
it started out small, but every time you do magic, it lasts for 10 minutes. And then I have an aura that lasts for 10 minutes that's like 60 feet across.
Yep.
So, yeah, we are not a subtle group. So,
What?
but that is my thing. And I have most recently been convinced my Baron, my house Baron, that I need to start also hurting people to get the job done. So I'm starting to play around with that a little bit. So that is where I am.
Question: how does that impact the bottom line on your keeping track of healing people to pay off a debt?
We do not charge to bane somebody, but we may charge to bless someone.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
So at this point,
the hurt is free.
Yeah, it's a discount rate.
The hurt is free.
Okay.
The healing's not.
Healing's not.
Okay. Gotcha.
Good stuff, Jen. Thank you. And I'll mention quickly, it reminded me when you were talking about the cats thing that I mentioned this the other day on social media that my son wanted to make superhero teams with me. So we're putting together a superhero team. They all have to be animals. And so he was like, all right. So he had one called Dr. Barry, which is literally a bear. And this is a quote, he's a great fighter. And when he touches you with his claw, you fly 70 hours away from the battle. It's very specific. I'm like 100. He's like, no, it's exactly 70 hours. Right. And like, because he doesn't like anything to die or be killed. So it just knocks you away. And I was like, oh yeah, like a bear. Great. You could call it a bear claw and see, everyone will think it's actually a pastry. And he just looks at me. He's like, no, it's called the claw of regret. I was just like, so I'm like, that's a much better idea than my stupid bear claw joke. I just, yeah. So
I need you to clarify with him, is it 70 hours by walking or driving or flying?
Yeah, right. Like does it account for traffic?
Right, exactly. I imagine it's 70 hours by whatever transit is the fastest, right? Like I don't have any.
Very dynamic.
Yeah, no, he was very specific. Later on, I was like, knocks you 100 hours away. He's like, no, 70 hours away. I'm like, all right, 70 hours away. Anyway, sorry. It reminded me because of the cats for some reason. But always a pleasure to have Jen with us. Also a pleasure to have John Helfers with us. John, good to see you. I have a feeling that you may or may not know something about this editor. I've heard several people mention so far.
All rumors and innuendo.
All rumors and
Nothing more.
innuendo. As I've been asking everyone, how's Trix? How are you feeling about walking into the middle of a evil lair today, and who are you playing?
First of all, Arm, I'm a little disappointed that you didn't take your son's anthropomorphic superhero team a little bit more seriously.
Well, that was when he said claw of regret. I was like, I sobered right up. I'm like, all right,
lay it out on you.
Claw of regret. That's a called shot too. You have to be like claw of regret. Like, you know.
Yep. No, but that's great. Definitely see where he gets it from for sure. So compared to where we ended this, and I think you got to whip out that song one more time, just because.
Oh yeah.
But let's be honest. Compared to certain real world events that shall remain nameless, we actually have choices here. We don't, we as a party don't have to keep moving forward. We could turn around and leave right now and go back to the inn and encounter more ghost dwarves. Stuff like that could happen. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Anyways, it's great to see everybody on our second stream of January. I'm John Helfers. I'm playing Ilarion, who somehow got out in front with Nisiana, which is a little strange. That's not usually how this goes, but that's where we are. And yes, we are entering Spinweave's lair, and this is how it chooses to introduce itself to us with apparently the undead bard of barding.
The undead bard of barding.
Of barding and webs. And so this is going to be really interesting. I can't promise Ilarion's not just going to want to take this thing out by the time we get there. Prophecy schmophecy, I don't care what you foretell. Really, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But it should be interesting. I can't wait to see what this thing looks like.
It's going to be good times. I'm excited for it. I do want to just before we get into the thanks, John. Just before we get into the recap, I do want to make mention. I mentioned this in the stream pretty much the day after I found out about this, but I wanted to mention it because a few people in the call knew this person also. I did want to make note of the passing of Howard Andrew Jones, who was a longtime member of the Gen Con Writers Symposium, was a sword and sorcery guru, and was a very good guy that I knew for quite a while. Was very generous with his time and so on, and passed away of an aggressive form of brain cancer, and was right around my age, much too young for something like, it's always in a way too young, I suppose, but this was completely unexpected as well. And I literally sat down and talked with Howard at this past symposium about a number of things, and Howard afterwards reached out and was like, I really enjoyed the conversation. I always enjoy talking to you, and we should exchange like contact info more and be more in contact. And I was like, absolutely. And then a week or two later he got the diagnosis and now is gone. So I did want to mention that because I know we have a number of symposium folks here in the call, and as I say, Howard was good people, and this is why the other reason I mention it with this group is that this is why we do ArvCon. It's precisely for reasons like this, because of people that have survived because of the research done to fight against this dreaded disease, and because of the people that have passed on that as a result of it. And so I did want to make note of it because that sucks. That hit hard, and it was someone that I knew directly, and I know a number of people here did. So I just wanted to mention that because, as I say, this group is the most connected of the ones that I knew on this channel to Howard. So best wishes, as always, to his family, and condolences on their loss. Okay. With that said, let's get into the lair of Spinweave, and I'm going to slide us over to the map here, and I am going to fire up some music. It's not that music yet, but it will be in just a moment. Let's see. I think.
Way to foreshadow our.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
Not at all. Defiled Temple should cover this very well, I think.
Oh yeah.
So we should be good to go. In our last session, the crew. You have a dice roll to do? What do you mean, Echo? For what? A dice roll about what? What did I miss? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm going to keep doing the wrap up until. Oh, that dice roll to do. Okay. Echo is subscribed to Tier 2. Thank you, first of all. 64 months, so thank you for that. And then rolls 3d20s, 1d4, rolled a 64 plus 2. Echo is rolling that 64-bit like a pro adventurer with some added bonuses of something. Well, welcome to the 64-bit era. It's a good era to be a part of, and thank you for the plus 2 bonus. Thank you, Echo. Seriously, I appreciate that very much. So, in our last session, the King's Citadel had went to the Maror Holds, and the reason is that they are trying to find out why the terrorist group known as the Emerald Claw, more information from which they have been able to reveal over the last several months, why the Emerald Claw is so interested in the area directly below Seir, Tantan's original hometown, and the place where a lot of the ancient technologies and things like that can be discovered, why they're particularly interested in getting through these sealed doors, and why they are particularly interested in finding out what was going on with the depths and the ruins below. And what they discovered at the Maror Holds, which they went originally to find Solring Moranin, the maker of the Oracle of War, which has been the focal point of this entire adventure in a lot of ways, and also who was forced to make the Oracle of Bones by the Lord of Blades, who was going to use the Oracle of Bones to make a forge, presumably, that could put out an army of Warforged that could overwhelm the continent of Corvair. And so there's a lot of stuff going on relating to that. But nobody knows exactly how to get through those doors and how to find out what the Emerald Claw knows without going to who the Emerald Claw apparently tried to go to themselves, and that is to an ancient sage known as Spinweave. Spinweave is really a figure out of legend, has apparently existed, if Spinweave does exist, for thousands of years in some form or another. And so the party went to find out exactly what the details were about this. Solring recommended that they go to the tavern to listen to some of the tail spinners spin their tales, and to look in particular for a man known as Rolforor, who was part of an expedition that was the last known expedition to go and find Spinweave. Well, they did actually find Rolforor, but not exactly as they might have anticipated, because in the tavern, when Merime was trying to comfort Rolforor, she ended up putting her hand right through his shoulder because Rolforor is apparently a ghost. Apparently, although Rolforor believes that he was the only survivor of that expedition, he didn't survive either, and the whole crew of them apparently were destroyed. Rolforor asked the party to recover his clan's banner, and in exchange for this, gave them a map that allowed them to go far below the earth and arrive at the entrance to Spinweave's lair, which they have now entered. And so, going to a place where it is, and I quote, always a cost to learn the knowledge that lies therein, the King's Citadel has entered and is ready to go. And when they went into this first room, they found a creature, which I will describe to you again. They found a creature, a cadaverous dwarf with glassy eyes. You spot a thick coil of webbing running up from the floor and underneath his shirt. And he was singing, wait for it. He was singing
Eleanor Rigby.
He was singing Eleanor Rigby. No, he was singing this.
Lady Madonna.
He was singing this. So here you go, chat. You can listen to this. It's got a good beat to it.
Happy to.
5% house or dancers below. What fate lay in darkness we did not know. The first of us fell to the gibbering mass. In Solud our lost, he would not be the last. We pressed on to a span over grey swirling mist. Two were pulled down by the lurker within. We followed the web trail for Spinweave we sought. After her counsel, her shadow we fought. Hunted us in the tombs and my comrade was lost. It seems they had plans for me, for here I stay, deep down in Soludar till the end of my days.
Ah, yeah, the classic. You should hear the disco remix of that. That is spectacular work. So they heard that sound first, and upon entering the room, saw this particular dwarf that I mentioned. And as they came down and saw him, the dwarf turned around to face them and said to them, "Welcome. Why have you come?" And that's where you hand things back over to the party.
Wait, what was the?
Welcome.
I'm
No,
feeling.
just kidding. I thought that's what you wanted more of.
No, the name of the I wrote it down. The name of the clan Marinan, right? The ones who got slaughtered.
Yes. That is right. Yeah. Let me double check though, because that's now all of a sudden is not giving me the right info. Wait a second. I have the info.
I might be wrong. That's what I wrote down.
No, Clan Soldarak.
Okay, I can't. I wrote it really bad.
Clan Soldarak. Soldorak. Soldarak.
Completely
And there
different
are,
word.
again, as just to be clear, there are members of Clan Soldarak still alive, including one that you actually went up against, Merime, in tail spinning. But that expedition, which was all Clan Soldarak people, none of them apparently made it back alive, including the one who thinks that he is. So.
Okay. I will step forward. It's a bard. I'm feeling like, and I will say, we have come to reclaim the banner of Clan Soldarak and let those who have perished here finally rest.
And he nods and he says, "Clan names have no meaning here, but you are indeed welcome. Spinweave will receive you, though each path through this lair is dangerous. That said, welcome, friends." You notice, by the way, that as he is speaking, the sort of gravelly quality of his voice. You're not. In fact, let me get a perception check from all of you. Nisiana, you can do this at advantage, though. Okay. Larry, and you're like, whatever, creepy guy with the web. Okay.
I'll get that shitty roll out of the way for combat later.
Merime, Nisiana. Okay. Okay. Tantan.
Tantan's way back here.
Meh.
With the-
Yeah, yeah. And Rowan, did you roll? Did I miss that?
You're
You're muted.
You're still muted.
Still muted.
Everyone seems to be having some technical difficulties.
Forever muted.
I called for a roll and suddenly I can't be heard. It just,
I cast silence already. What's wrong with you?
hear
No,
you.
still muted.
While you're trying to sort that out, just go ahead and roll.
yeah, go ahead and roll while you're figuring it out. Exactly. Thank you.
He is observant, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And has the observant trait. Yep. Okay. But this is a difficult roll though. But Merime and Nisiana, I actually love that these are the two who figured this out. Because as he's speaking, you notice that he is not inhaling before speaking. He's just talking. His mouth is opening and closing, but there is no taking a breath before going into the next breath. It's just talk, close mouth, open mouth, close mouth.
He looks pale gray, like, right? Doesn't it?
Sure.
Doesn't look like a hale and hearty drinking dwarf or anything.
Maybe we just need to set up a humidifier for him. I could build one.
We humidify.
Well, if he's not, and he hasn't moved, so he turned around and then he stayed right where he was.
That's right.
He's in front of some doors back there, though. There's doors.
That's true.
What do I see around the corner?
That's true. There is so if you go up to the corner, you can see to your left that this area expands out into a fairly, well, I shouldn't say larger. I shouldn't say that. About the same size room as the one you're in.
It looks like it. Yeah.
But I will describe it in a moment. What it is that you can see here. It's longer though, considerably. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And the thing I want to mention here is that the one thing you can see for sure there are 4 webbed statues, dwarven statues here against the western wall. And that's pretty much all that you can tell from this distance, but you can see them as that.
Yep. That don't look creepy at all. And so there's torches down here apparently.
Yes.
They have light. Okay.
Yes.
All
Although
right,
they look like they maybe have like the Everbright variety,
Uh-huh.
like not so, yeah.
I will hold my position and wait for the others out. And then that web, tendril, tentacle, whatever you want to call it,
Yes.
where does that lead off to?
The webbing is running up from the floor, and there's a lot of webs around here. Not so much that it's sort of, I guess what I should say is these threads are stretching across the floor and walls and ceiling and into and out of cracks and things like that. You can avoid touching them if you wish. However, you could try, like if you're not paying attention, you could theoretically just like wade through some of this webbing. So you'll have to let me know if you're like, I would like to avoid touching the webbing or not. That being said, there is a lot of this webbing around here. So it's not clear as to what exactly this leads to other than just webbing on the floor. It kind of vanishes into a bunch of, gray piles of the stuff, and then who knows where it goes from there. But it is definitely a thick coil of webbing that is going up underneath his shirt.
I do try to not step on the things, but I also try to stay within 5 feet of Illyrian as he keeps moving.
Okay.
Randomly around this incredibly dangerous place.
Okay.
Still can't hear you, Brandon.
Oh, there you are. Wait, there you are.
wait.
I just heard it.
Wait, testing?
Yeah, you're there.
Hello?
There you are.
There you are.
Okay, I have no idea what just happened. Question. I would like to investigate this door behind the ghostly gentleman.
Sure. Absolutely. So that means, so you're going to walk towards him. I mean, you're not like charging at him, but just walking towards him. So he steps out of the way, and as you go by, Rowan, he gives you this.
I am so not looking directly at him.
I'm keeping an eye on him to, kind
Yep,
of
he
stab
doesn't
if
make
I
any
need to.
kind of attack or anything like that. Just this strange
But
grin.
he turned to follow.
Just his head. I mean, he just sort of was like,
No, that's fine.
You know.
When he does that, I move up, ignite my star sword, and cut the web underneath him.
you hear, okay, so, let's see. When you do that, his body jerks, and he falls to the ground, motionless.
Okay.
Oh, the web.
Oh, fun.
Howard.
I
him.
don't even turn around when I witness that. I witness all of that out of my periphery and go, isn't it grand to know that we are experiencing spiderweb mimics in this room that are attempting to lure us into all kinds of shenanigans. This is going to be a delightful evening.
I'm actually going to keep my eye on him
Okay.
to see if he
Oh,
can
yeah.
still talk.
Absolutely.
Doesn't move at all.
Now that we're
Complete just-
closer.
yeah, his glassy, he just, and you can see, by the way, well, actually, Illyrian, are you gonna, I'll come to you in a minute, Rowan. Illyrian, are you like kind of kneeling down or leaning down to look at the severed, or like, what do you?
Well, I want to look at him first. Is this like part of the Severin, whatever their name is? The house, was this one of the dwarves from the party that we're technically supposed to recover if it is? Does he have like a clan sigil? Does he have anything identifying him as somebody?
Okay. You can, so you can sort of, you can do that. You can kind of turn him over. When you do, you see that the web was running up underneath his shirt, and the sort of severed web has this strange clear fluid on it. And as you look up underneath the shirt, I'll try not to get super graphic here, it was attached, it seems like, to his spine, his back, his spine. So, there's that,
Yep.
and it's completely unmoving.
Super.
But the other thing I should mention is that as you sort of roll him over, he does look to be of sort of like, if not exactly related to, but certainly seems to have similar clothing to it. And as you look more closely, yeah, you can actually see that he has most of what probably was his original clothing, an original, like outfit and armor and so forth. Not any armor, I should say, just tunic and stuff like that, on, which is the same kind of stuff that Rolforor was wearing. So if you had to guess, yeah.
I mean, he was singing about the party went and died and all this stuff, so that should be a giveaway. But I'm just making sure. So I will pick up the body And I will move it to this alcove, not the torch one, this one right here.
A couple of bits
of
fluid drip from his body. Into the ground.
Gross. And I'll leave it there, and we will collect that on the way out.
The fluid or him? Sorry.
Him.
I was going to say, Tanton's going to collect that
I was
fluid.
about to say, look, Tanton's already on the job. I don't have to worry about that being there.
Oh, God, I was waiting for that. Yes.
So here's the other one more question, Arv. When I cut it, what happened to the other part of the tendril?
So like the part that was down below, nothing. It's just you're just.
Flopped
Oh,
over
and actually, well, let me ask you this though. So you cut it without touching it. You just cut the cord, right?
The pure energy of my star blade. Yeah, hell yeah. I did
Okay.
not touch anything.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. I want to be like, what is this? Like, okay, I just want to see if you were.
Be very ooh. Hey, what happens if I plug this in my spine? No, nothing
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that.
Suddenly, it's the red pill. So yeah.
No, that's exactly why I chose to do what I did, the way I did it.
Okay.
So, but it's still lying there inert. Nothing's happening.
Nothing is happening to it. Yeah, you have no idea if there is anything else happening anywhere else, but that is.
I want to, just out of curiosity, and if Tanton was going to touch it, I'm going to tell him no. And then I take my sword and I cut a slice off the end to see if it will move or anything.
Okay. It takes a little bit to saw through it. You severed it like with just a blow, but you were able to saw through it. It's surprisingly tough. No, nothing seems to happen to either end.
No bellow of pain out in the deep dark. No, nothing.
Nope.
Just okay.
My weakness. No, there's nothing like that. Like, no.
How dare you take my bard, you bastards! Exactly. Okay, then Valerian will straighten up. Like, I'm done here.
Let me jump up to Rowan. Rowan, are you going to try to look through those doors since you were?
I'm trying to open the door.
Resolutely avoiding them. Okay. Right. When you open the door, you see the following. A very large hallway, and there is a bridge. And I'll describe what that
another
looks like
one?
in just a minute.
I was going to say, we never have problems.
No, everything always goes well with these for you.
Well, this one looks like a stone, so that's much more stable. So, how bad could it be?
Don't ask that. Do not ask that.
I would actually think a stone bridge is actually more volatile than most of the other alternatives.
Then a wooden bridge hanging over a loft.
Right. A rickety, nearly broken wooden bridge.
And you'd be right. The corpse said, no, I'm just kidding. God damn it.
Oh, God.
All right, hang on. As I said, very big room that I'm trying to get to the end of. Almost have. I'm trying to be careful not to go too far. Hey, look at me. All right. So, what you see within this room, Rowan, most of the floor of this long hall has tumbled into a pit of slowly churning gray mist below, and what remains forms a long bridge, which is leading to a set of double doors on the other side. So you can see the bridge, although there is a little bit of mist. I was talking about the man who bridged the mist earlier today, actually, Kiz Johnson's story, but sort of billowing up and over the bridge. But the bridge, for the most part, is visible, as is the light on the other end and the light on your end. Below the bridge, though, is just this roiling, billowing mist below it.
Well, the 8:30 train should be coming along any time now. If we get down there, we can hang underneath the bridge and see if we can hold on the longest.
I would not recommend that.
But Valerian doesn't say that because it references an 80s movie that they would have no knowledge of, so it's all good. And the other end is a long way away.
This is a part of a building like this that immediately gives me pause. When a long walkway threatens to already take you to a destination, that is when you know you shouldn't be on that walkway. So I guess we're solving the puzzle of these statues then, which also fills me with dread.
Arv, how tall is the ceiling here?
The ceiling in this room, like the rest of the place, is about 15 feet high. So it is not a vaulted, it's just
huge,
particularly long, right?
How much noise does, having seen Ilarion fly before, how much noise does he make when he flies? Excuse me.
I do the whoosh and everything. Make?
Okay.
I'm breaking the sound barrier. It's crazy time. No, I don't. No noise. What are you talking about?
Are you going
by a key? You need to wind up.
Do you have an engine?
Exactly. They may make vroom vroom noises, but you'll never know. So, anyways, I'm completely silent. Thank you, sir.
Except for the sarcasm, that doesn't
What
stop.
noise do I make? I am not a clockwork automaton,
Right.
sir.
He's saying all this while flying. I don't make any noise.
Well, I've been trying to stay within 5 feet of Alarian, but if he decides to fly, that ain't happening. I will retreat and go to 5 feet with the next to Merime.
I just think that you should pay attention to the lyrics of the song.
Actually, did we write those down somewhere?
Yeah.
Which part, the gibbering mass or the?
That
other
would
doomy
be
thing?
the big part, because I'm willing to bet that whatever may be down there, if it hears us or detects us in any way, those things are very nasty.
I recall being given a or pulled it up.
You'll be happy
actual
to know
lyrics
that
of the
you
song.
did. Yes, that's right.
Oh, yay.
Because
The
you all
web
said you wrote it down.
Yeah.
So 5 of us set out seeking answers below. What fate lay in darkness we did not know. The first of us fell
Sing
to the
it
gibbering
right,
mass.
sir.
In solo the lost demon. No, you don't deserve that. You eliminated him, all right?
Mhm.
So
We
now
will
I'm
never
gonna,
hear the
Silence
song
him
again.
forever, sir.
now I'm
which
going to do
I-
it in the style of Frozen. We pressed on to a span over gray swirling mist. 2 were pulled down by the lurker within. We followed the web trail for spinweave we
And
sought.
demonetized.
After her counsel, her shadow we fought. It hunted us in the tombs, and my comrade was lost. It seems she had plans for me, for here I stay, deep down in Sol Udar till the end of my days. And a Starforge severs the thing that is keeping me going, I guess. But anyway.
Blessed release. You're
I think
welcome.
now that we have confirmed that Spinweave was theoretically keeping him alive, because those aren't his words as a result.
Yeah, I don't like the to a span over gray swirling mist who were pulled down by the lurker. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah. So we've
Kind of like-
confirmed there is a threat there that is coming from below that we therefore cannot fight on the bridge itself. So we're not going to do that.
Do we
Interestingly
Yeah.
enough, these
Oh.
statues are not in this song. So
So,
either that's a whole new threat or a threat that has yet to be confirmed.
Let's go figure that one out.
well, hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Arv,
Yeah.
is there webbing in the bridge room?
I thought you were going to ask me, was there a second verse? And I mean, who will ever know?
I mean, who am I to
Um,
stop genius such as this? Yeah, but still.
So there is webbing. Let me get rid of
I
that for
think
now.
there's webbing everywhere.
There
though,
is
right?
webbing
Well,
everywhere. Well, but there's. I do want
yeah.
to make a point though. There is webbing that you can see on the bridge for sure. That kind of is not so much that you have to step in it, but it's like like woven in and around it. There is not, however, webbing that you can see like on the ceiling or the walls. There's a little bit of webbing that goes over the floor and like dangles over. And obviously you have no idea how much is in the mist below, if any. But it seems to be confined in here to the bridge, whereas elsewhere it's on the walls and on the ceilings and that sort of thing.
I mean, look, I'm happy to go look at the other statues, etc. But it says following the web trail, so But we can part 2 first and see what's there. I have. It's all good. It's all good. So, yeah.
The other part that I would mention is that a spider is aware of anything that touches any part of its web.
Indeed.
Oh, interesting.
Especially if you cut it. Yes. Which was kind of the
She
point
just
I
did.
was getting across. Other than also freeing him from eternal undead servitude. But we go into the other room then.
Yeah, and avoid. What did?
Float, 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 float.
Sounds
There
like
we
a
go.
terrible idea, but we have no other options.
Oh,
I don't know, we do. We have
You could leave.
the mist bridge, or we have the other room. You have, or 3 is leaving. You actually have several
could s-
options.
We
See,
could
I
sit
am
at
fond
cafe
of leaving,
somewhere.
but I'm very perturbed by the fact that Illyrian is suggesting this.
I mean,
I feel like I'm
you said we had no choices. That was patently untrue. I am illustrating the choices we do have that are open to us at any time while we're down here.
Thank you for correcting me. Counterpoint, would you run away?
We did agree to recover the banner of the dwarves, which honestly to me is of a higher priority than seeing whatever Spinweave has to tell us. We have the key to the doors. The Emerald Claw cannot access those doors without the plaque. I mean, I
As far as
have a feeling that, well, if they, I'm sorry, did you say as far as we know? Well, But the letter seemed pretty clear. I don't know why one member of the EC would lie to another one about it. And if they had breached it already, I think we'd know by now. So I'm going to err on the idea of they don't have it yet.
As we are here, a thought occurs to me, which is reckless in part because it means that we need to still confirm what is in all of these rooms before we can actually apply it. But given that we're already confident that Spinweave is marginally hostile towards intruders, how do we make Spinweave more hostile on the way back out? How do we just make pursuing whatever is in this building untenable?
Well, I'm sure I didn't help by severing her bardic announcer. So, her bardic, whatever you want to call it.
I'm sure she can make another one. She just needs another corpse. I don't know if you have volunteers,
in
fact.
Kind of glance at Mirame there.
He's the maitre dead.
Exactly. I'm sure her singing voice would be better. She's probably already composing a song about our adventures down here as we speak. I mean, this is assuming Spinweave is going to survive our encounter. Or, conversely, that we're going to survive the encounter with Spinweave.
Well, at least we know we know that we'll be fighting her shadow. So, once we get to her, so if we bring enough light, perhaps we'll be able to dissipate it. But in the meantime, what do the 4 statues look like?
Oh, I am happy to tell you. As you walk into the room, I can say that there are 4 statues of regal dwarves which are holding weapons to their chests standing along the western wall. And as I mentioned, there's webbing sort of around them. But also, I was looking for this but could not find something immediately. But from the hall to the north, because there's definitely double doors you can see up to the north, there is a... There is a cacophony of nonsensical hooting and babbling which can be heard from the hall to the north. Through the doors, definitely not in this room, but you can hear them there. And I will also mention that there do seem to be... you can't read them carefully. You can't read them from here. You'd have to get closer. But inscriptions at the base of each of these statues as well.
Okay.
Also in complete gibberish.
Yeah, it's also right, which is written as.
I will, carefully go close enough to hopefully not be in the web, but to read them. Okay. I've got the telepathic link up with everyone.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I do not enter the room, but I do cast. Do I have light? I do have light, don't I?
I have an ever glowing lantern that's out actually, so we're good
okay.
on that.
There's also an ever bright lantern in here in the south as well, but but as you come over, what I know, I apologize because I know we've spoken these languages before, but I'm going to ask you one last time about the languages you speak because it is not written in common.
Just halfling in common, apparently.
Just common and Corey, which hasn't come up.
Yeah, it has not so far.
We could speak it because I speak it too. Korean or common
tongues if necessary.
Tanton, I remember something about gnomish.
Yeah. Okay. Common, draconic, and gnomish.
Right.
Celestial and draconic for me.
I would say that I would give Mirame and I would give Tanton, if Tanton wants to do this, an opportunity to make a history check to try to interpret this because it does look to be, even the script looks archaic. So it's not modern, whatever it is.
I mean, I try. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay.
High guidance.
By the way, chat, don't forget that you do have inspirations available.
Look at what he did.
Not necessary there as well, but okay.
I know nothing.
Yeah, Mirame, you're like, statues? What are they, really?
Not even with the guidance.
Oh, that wasn't my die. Okay. I was like, what?
Yeah, you know. And that thing. Yeah, Tantin, you're pretty sure you do recognize this because 3 of the statues, and it is statue 1, 3, and 4. 3 of the statues seem to be naming various heroes. Like, you can't quite make out what they are, but there are clearly proper names. And then seem to be listing off, you can tell this based upon to oversimplify it, broken down by semicolons, the deeds of these people, like did this, semicolon, did this. So it's a little hard to get. It's something about like, slew the greatest of the Darrow folk with this and did this other thing, and that sort of thing. And so each of them seem to have their deeds named, except for the second statue. And on the second statue, you're not 100% sure if you're botching this, but you think it's something to the effect of, let us lower our weapons, family or kinfolk or, bros or something, and proceed in peace.
Oh. And you said that all the dwarven statues, they all held weapons, right?
Yes. Right now, all their weapons are basically holding weapons to their chest, right? Like, swords, essentially, or axes, I should say, up there.
Could we lower their weapons using Mage Hand instead of ourselves? Because that would be gross.
Well, they're statues.
The weapons are stone. The weapons aren't real, right? They're carved as part
Well,
of
they are carved, but they do all seem to be. I mean, you'd have to observe the statue to see if there's any motion in them, like movable parts. But the weapons, the stone axes, do look to be like sharpened. I mean, they look to be, just weaponry that's being wielded by the statues, albeit it's not clear that they're loose. You don't know. You'd have to sort of see if you could move it in some way.
And
if
then
you wanted
the
to.
other question I had, even though I know I can't read any of what's on there, but does the second statue's inscription look like it was carved differently, like later or by another hand or something else? Anything different about it that would imply it had been added later or something like that?
I will ask you to make a history check. Do this at disadvantage. It's an interesting question, but it's very difficult to tell.
Yeah.
Can we make the feat official? Tantan headshots the villain once per session. Well, I mean, it's an interesting feat, but
That's gonna be a no, Bob.
okay, so you had a 5. No idea.
And of course, the other one was a nat 20.
Yep.
Of course.
Yep.
I'll ask Tantan, and I'll be like, I think if I'm riddling correctly, and I do love a good riddle, if you think that those statues' weapons are made to move at all, if we lower them all, I don't know if you see what I see, or if it looks like they might lower. You know machinery better than I do, but if we could lower them, then that might open the door.
Who did you ask that to, Mermaid? I'm sorry.
Tantan.
Okay. Tantan, let me have you make one more perception check, please, because I assume you're looking right at the statue as Mermaid is asking that question.
Yeah.
That's
Definitely doing that.
It winks at you.
Yeah, exactly. Mermaid, you know what? You can make this. Same thing. Tantan can make this as a normal check. I'll give you this option, Mermaid, at disadvantage. But because you're the one suggesting something, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do that. So it's a perception check here. But for Mermaid, disadvantage, Tantan, just normal.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Natural 1.
But I believe in you.
You're like, what?
Oh, good. It's a good thing you believe in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Jeez.
Mermaid's like, what the hell, Tantan? I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
it's right there, Tantan. There's a big sign that says pull here.
So I'm like, oh,
Almost.
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
You do
11.
11. You do
They're
barely make it out,
left.
Tantan, but Mermaid, you're able to see it very clearly.
Right there.
There are seams on the statue's shoulders, like seams running, and 2 sets of seams. One of them, the right arm that is holding the axe, there's a seam here, and there's also a seam along the waist of the statue.
And what did the inscription say? It said to lower our weapons.
Roughly speaking, again, this is roughly translated by Tantan, but let us lower our weapons, kinfolk, or family or something, and proceed in peace.
Okay.
What about action figures?
I'm going to share what I've seen and then suggest that I don't know why there's one around, like, unless they had to bow. But we could at least.
No. It's a mechanical thing. If their thing, you have to turn it sideways so the arm can come down.
Depending on how it's built inside, I suppose.
Because I don't think if it's like this, you have to turn it sideways
so that it clears like the base, like the okay.
The body.
Okay,
Because you
I
said
like
something
that.
was across their chest.
That's I do have 80s action figures that in fact they go like turn and then they chop. So
But do
that
they have a
makes
kung
sense.
fu grip? That's the really
With
important.
He-Man action.
Yeah, I got lots of them here. Okay, so I'm gonna propose that to Tanton as though he saw exactly what I saw as well, and then say like, does that sound good to everyone? And does anybody have mage hand to make it happen? Because I don't wanna touch that in all the web.
I did.
I feel we should clear the webs away. Why keep them on them? A simple spark of fire should do the job.
That sounds like a job for.
I have been waiting for this to come up.
Hadouken! Yeah.
Don't
You
use
have
an
something that
expel.
is not
Use
as
your
volatile as a
cantrip.
whole fireball.
Hey, imaginary. Description says Autobots transform and roll out. Yeah.
I mean, if I firebolt the webs, how much of the webs would that clear away?
It would. There is a little bit more of a danger though, in the sense that it's conceivable it might also burn the webs that are right near your feet, like in the whole room. Like the whole thing is attached by little smaller threads, some larger threads, all around the room. It's not, a cloud of it. Like I said, you can sort of avoid it, but there is web pretty much everywhere. So your sense is you don't know how far flame with it would go. Also, it's fairly thick. You don't know that it's automatic that flame would get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fact that, for example, when Ilarion cut the braided web, that was much tougher than even the experience of like giant spider web would be. Clearly, spider web's very strong, but even at that seemed like unusually difficult.
Yeah, it was more than I expected. This is true.
I try
we just move the
firebolting
statue and
webs
see what
nearest to me.
The one nearest to you, so
Yeah, I just like cast firebolt on some webs like right beneath my feet or something like that. Just to see what the effect would be like.
it goes and just like literally flares slightly and then goes out almost immediately.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh, cool.
Delightful. That's pleasant. Spiderwebs that can't burn. That's fun. Cool. I love this.
Rowan, I'd like you to make a perception check for me, please.
Observant means my.
Yes,
my,
that's true. You know what?
passive is 19.
You keep telling me that, and that is a good point. You know what? You're right. In this case, I think that's fair. The observant quality will be helpful for you. This looks very much like spiderweb. You don't think this is actually spiderweb. You think that these threads are something else, and you can't quite tell what they are, but it is almost like you're looking at something else that would be kind of like webbed or networked is too modern a term, but like connected in some way, but you don't actually think it's spiderweb. And that really is given to you based on this attempting to firebolt something at your feet.
I wanted to check for something to confirm whether what you've described is what I think it is in my head.
Okay.
So because it's not behaving like spider webs, and because it's not behaving like anything else that it would conceivably hold the shape of, like rope or something like that, is a process that Rowan is using in his head. The thing that it looks like has been just described to me seems mycelial. It seems less like spider web and more like some stronger kind of inert connection, like roots or the connections between mushroom spores.
Okay. How do you want to test
And
this
I want to know,
hypothesis?
like, I'm essentially looking at it to see, like, to confirm whether it is of a shape that is not spider webs and what that shape might be.
Okay, but just looking though? I'm not trying to push in any way. I just want to know because it's important for the description.
Yeah, this is really just physical observation. I'm not doing Arcana just yet because there is no indication that this is uniquely magical yet.
Okay.
Just that it's not spider webs.
You don't. So You don't think that I like the mycelial nature of it. It doesn't feel like roots to you. They do look like some kind of webbing, but there are other things that resemble or express themselves in the way that they connect like webbing. So it does seem like webbing, not roots exactly, but it seems like webbing. It's just clearly not spider web.
Okay. Does it appear in this room or the previous room as if it is clustering anywhere? As if it seems like there is not like just a wide spread of webs, but like things that seem clumped together like balls of something?
No, I would say not. There are areas where there is more web close together in like the corners of the room and stuff like that, where, you know, the ceiling webs and the wall webs sort of meet. But it does not look like there is in this room anyway anything clustered around a particular area around which the webs have gathered. That does not look like that. No.
Okay.
Same, and by the way, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Same thing with the statues, by the way. The web just looks to be like around the statues, like it's around everything, not that they gathered in particular around statues. Sorry.
I firebolt a part of the room that has a large concentration of spider webs.
Like a corner type of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Exact same thing. Flares and immediately goes out.
Does it destroy any of the webs at all?
Nope.
Ooh. Cool. This is fun. This is pleasant.
It's like you tried to firebolt extremely damp wood, Rowan. Just zero effect.
Or the webs are made of asbestos, that's all. No problem. There you go.
Asbestos weave was the original name of this monster.
That's exactly. After watching his experiments and their failure, unfortunately,
exactly.
I will actually activate my Star Sword again and kind of like drag it through the webs on the ground. Hard to cut, easy to cut in the middle?
I would say very difficult to cut, and in fact, you don't think you're actually cutting it, Ilarion. You think that it looks, occasionally, you think at first, oh, I'm cutting it, but what's actually happening is you're stretching them, right? And then as the sword goes past, then they sort of spring back to the way that they were, but you actually don't think you're cutting it.
All right, I kneel down and actually try to physically cut one, like press hard down on one.
I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
Well, alrighty.
You have a better chance than I do.
Rowan's like, I firebolt Ilarion. Stop doing that.
Oh, that's supposed to be regular. Well, one's either a 20 or an 18. So
okay.
18, I suppose. That's fine.
For a moment, Ilarion,
Uh-huh.
you have a brief flash in your mind of a mass of writhing eyes watching you from somewhere in the darkest recesses of your own mind. And then it vanishes in your back.
Wog.
Cool.
Did I cut the web piece? It starts for a second, but then looks down again. Is it cut or not?
Right back. It is not cut.
I straighten up and kind of shake my head a bit. That was odd. Shall we move the statue or try the door?
Hey, question.
You have a question, and so do I.
Is like the strange sounds that we're hearing from the other door, is that a gibbering mass? Okay.
I mean, it's certainly gibbering.
Or is it a single Tasmanian devil?
That's all I had. Please,
You said
Denton,
hooting,
go
so
ahead.
it's like owl bear?
Recently saw a short video of a guy playing with what I presume is his pet Wolverine. He's got like his finger in its mouth.
Oh my god!
It's like it's so adorable. I mean, it looks like any second now it's going to eat his face.
Right.
But he's just if you just imagine like a dog just very gently wrapping its teeth around your finger, and you just sort of spin it around in circles, and just kind of rubbing its belly as it's rolling around, and you're just like
waiting for the moment where something, something
exactly.
snaps. I also love it.
It's their love language.
I also love in that's funny. I love in chat, by the way, that chat has now decided. So we have a massive eyes watching you, basically Twitch, and then we have Thordex Mommy. It's Bobcat Goldthwait behind the door.
Oh no!
Sayad!
Terminate with extreme prejudice.
Still the best part of back to school. Is that whole. He just needs a little bit of rest. Just give him some space. Sayad! Sayad! Oh man.
So these statues, are they like on plinths or platforms or anything?
No, they do not seem to be up on platforms of any kind. They seem to be just on the floor.
Okay. Tangent's going to walk up to number 2.
Okay.
And he's just going to kind of look up at it, which, even though it's a statue of a dwarf, it's probably still taller than he is.
Yes. Apparently not life size.
No. And he's going to reach down and pull out his hammer.
Okay.
His weapon hammer, not his tool hammer. And he's going to hold it up.
Okay.
And lay it down on the floor in front of the statue.
Okay.
And see if it reacts
do so.
in any way.
It does not react.
We need a clarification real quick.
Sure.
When Alarian knelt and cut the strand, did he actually physically cut the strand? And when he knelt, did he actually touch the floor?
No, I did not, because I saw the thing about the being off the floor. So you did not touch the floor, but definitionally, when you were kneeling, your weapon, because you said you pressed into the.
Yes.
So
okay.
the weapon was
touched it. Sure.
That's
absolutely.
right, and the weapon was connected to you. I just
correct.
The hip bone was connected to the.
But I
the
did not cut
pelvic
the
bone.
strand. Greg was very clear.
That's
about
right. You did. I mean, you impacted the strand. You just didn't cut it.
Right.
Okay.
Whole business is very strange. And all the while, by the way, the blah 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 blah.
I just haven't been doing it, but there's still.
I mean, I'm again a little disappointed. I'm talking mind immersion here, Arv, and I'm not getting it from you.
No, I know. Let me see if I can,
I need you to make a 30-second recording, but start and end it in a way that we can stitch it into a loop and it doesn't sound like there's a cut point. So go ahead and do that now.
All right.
No, don't do that.
I'm just gonna. Let's see.
I mean, I'm sure
1920s speakeasy should do the job.
If you stepped away for 5 minutes in your booth, you could probably make that. So
I did last week. But it was for an erotic game, so it was a little bit of a different loop. So anyway,
let's not pull that out. No,
don't phrase it like that. So anyway,
too late.
Tandon recovers his
and again, Arv
hammer.
demonetized.
Yes, and but he'll use his mage hand to reach up and try to gently pull the arm down.
Okay.
I'll use my mage hand to do that with one of the other statues.
Okay. So you're pulling that up to do the mage hand. First of all, Rowan, which statue?
I'm picking the one on the far north.
Okay, so that's 4 basically.
Number 4.
And then Tanton, you are how far away when you're doing this?
What is that? About 15 feet?
Okay. With that, so when you lift up and try to pull this down, how much? To be clear, how much weight can? I know we've talked about this before. How much force can? Say again.
5 pounds, I think.
It's not going to be enough to do it. Although you do
or 10.
think. Right. So when you try to,
it's 10.
It does not. Say again.
It's what? 10 pounds. Yeah.
10 pounds. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's enough. The arm does wobble a little bit, but it seems like it's going to need a little more force. It doesn't seem like it's impossible, though. But with the mage hand, 10 pounds may not be enough.
Right.
Well, I guess I'll use Big B's hand then.
Smash!
Ooh, wow.
That's
That should
certainly
get the
much
job
stronger. Yeah.
Overkill.
Okay. All right. When you use Big B's hand, which you akin to statue arm pulling down.
And Tanton kind of looked at her like, show off.
But you're using it on your statue, so your statue does not have the seams, Rowan. So when you pull on it, it just like it's pulling, like threatening to crack the statue, but does not have the seams.
Fun. I move to 3.
Okay, same effect.
Perhaps you should try this one.
I move to 1.
No, you started at 1. Oh no, I'm sorry, you started at 4. 3.
4.
You moved
Yeah.
to 1. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, 1 has the same effect.
It's not the one I pointed at.
Fair enough. I move to 2.
Okay, on 2, the statue's axe whooshed in 5 feet in front of it. And you can only imagine what would have happened if you had been in that 5 foot square. As you are not, the axe swings down, and then as it does so, as I believe Jen, not Nisiana in this case, had said, the waist of it rotates, and behind you hear this rumbling sound.
Behind the statue?
Behind the statue,
Okay.
and a passageway opens up.
Secret
When
door.
When the
secret door.
axe comes down, does it cut through the web? No.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of pulls away at the stuff that's around it, but it's so light in front of the axe that it just looks like little capillaries almost, rather than like full
That's
out.
one of the things I've been thinking about.
How many bodies can stand in Bigby's hand?
Depends on how big the bodies are. In our case, 2 of us. Or you could get maybe 3 if what's her name? Nisiana was one of them.
Right, yeah. Nisiana, Merime, and Tanton. I'll grab you with Bigby's hand.
Oh,
Forward.
without warning or
Hey now.
Without warning.
And then squeeze. The final betrayal. Ah!
Immediately.
That's actually a thing. Is that do you just do it without asking or telling or warning?
Sadly I do. I'm sorry. Rowan is kinda like that.
Okay. All right. I am not going to react well.
I
I imagine.
kind of thinking the same thing. I think
I'm not going to shoot Rowan or
I am.
thinking about it. But
Oh boy.
I did see the hand. The fact that it turns and grabs me, 1, it feels like a betrayal, and 2, I shout at Rowan to put me down. Don't you dare put me down.
I am sorry, but we just confirmed that the webs are not cool, so I figured you would all like to not be on the ground anymore.
Is this happening while Tanton is attempting to headshot you? Because I think that was happening simultaneously.
Yeah.
I'm not attempting to headshot him.
Okay.
Just
Somewhere
about to
lower,
shoot.
apparently.
So were you doing the whole draw the
I
weapon?
was about to. I mean,
Okay.
it's coming up, and he's going to shoot.
All right, so then-
convinced that.
Okay, I got you. So Nisiana said what they said. Rowan said what he said. So now you can all interact.
I will interpose myself between Tanton
Oh
and
god.
Rowan. A little more warning next time would probably be helpful, although the idea was sound, except how are you staying off the floor?
I am not. I will deal with myself at a later point when we
This
figure
is
out what
not
these
how that
are.
works. Put me down.
However, just point to her. As you can tell, you might not be getting the reaction you wanted.
She is like struggling to get out. She is pissed.
So then I turn Bigby's hand sideways, so it's essentially palm up, and then open the palm, but lift it like, I guess like 15, 20 feet off the ground.
We're only 15 foot.
Well,
here.
yeah, but we're essentially 10
quite-
feet.
5 feet would be
Yes.
plenty.
Oh.
Yeah, like they're like
Bam!
like upsettingly close to the ceiling, but not on the floor.
Hold on a second.
So that
I'm-
now everyone is essentially lying down in the palm of
That's
Bigby's hand.
creepy.
Hey, see what I just gave you there?
That is creepy.
Rowan.
Oh God, that is it's moving.
Oh
Why
my
do you
god.
have
Oh my
this?
god! Wow, that's
Creepy.
Why do you have this, Scarf?
Cause
I
I like to have
second, I second
fun.
that
Well.
question.
It won't stop moving. Like,
I think you could
It's-
pause it.
can I?
I gave it
Do I
control
even
of.
have control?
Yes.
It can be paused. Well, when you
just
pause it, it
disappeared.
no longer is visibly present. So
You
I
see
guess
it.
it needs to be an upsettingly moving hand.
No,
I'm
it's
very
present.
Sorry.
I saw it still. Even
But
Well,
when
when
you
you
paused
when
it.
you
I
hit,
didn't.
if you paused it, it disappeared.
Really?
Okay, I see it now.
There we go. There we go.
Okay.
So creepy.
That's
Still very
that's,
creepy.
So is Ilarion still interposed?
well, until you lower the crossbow, yeah.
He's not.
Well,
He is not. He's trying to lean around.
thankfully, I'm very large.
And when it becomes clear that
Although,
Ilarion-
actually, if you're above him now, you actually have a better shot because
Yes,
I'm
this
just
is
flying. I guess I better fly into. All right, Rowan, put them down now.
I'll ping Rowan telepathically and be like, the idea is sound, but obviously Nisiana doesn't like it, and honestly, I'm better on the ground with my sword.
I say aloud. Fair enough. We and I move Bigby's hand. I don't get rid of it. I just put them back down on the ground.
Thank
But
you.
this webbing makes me very uncomfortable. It is.
You doing things like that to me
Very
without
alive.
prior warning and without the relationship set up that and I point at Tanton. Tanton and I have something set up where he said steed, I know I'm going to be ridden. I'm going to ride Spanner. I know when Ilarion says, or even gestures to me, I'm going to ride. Do not grab me without letting me know, without us having that. I don't know who you are when you do that.
especially in a place where people who seem to come in contact with webbing, it has a potential to take control of them.
I try to look innocent.
We're a team. You just don't do that.
Fair.
And
I understand.
very
And I'm sorry.
slowly, the crossbow goes down.
She just kind of shakes herself like, thank you, and then turns back around and looks at Ilarion. Well, then I guess I need to ride.
And Tanton makes a couple of clicks, and Spanner, who was just starting to prime for springing, because if he'd continued to interpose and not get out of the way, Tanton was just going to be like, get him, and just send Spanner after Rowan as well.
And I need Spanner to heal me, so that's a bad thing. Yeah.
And I hate to say this, you have to make is that a cantrip or is that an actual spell?
Yeah, Bigby's hand
Bigby's
is not
hand
a
is an
cantrip.
actual spell.
Yeah, so you don't
Well,
have to
then
do
you
that.
have to make
I
a
was
wild save.
waiting on that. I was waiting on that to see once we got through the spell to do wild magic. I wasn't forgetting. I was just waiting while we got to the end of this awesome animation that was creeping everybody out.
Yes,
I
totally.
wasn't creeped out by
Terrible.
it.
It's like the hand of the Red Skull, literally. My God, that's crazy.
Does that mean we'll run into the skull of the Red Hand later?
I mean, we might.
I hope the hell not.
You've got an emerald
Yes,
claw somewhere. So.
Nisian, I pick you up and put you on your usual spot when you arm riding me, which is on my shoulder, of course.
And now I'll be able to help protect you since I'm within 5 feet.
This is true. Best to hold on in case I do have to fly.
And Rowan, at this point, I guess you should, given that we seem to be past the biggest use of Big B's. Now I do need you to make the wild magic.
Inter-party rifle descent. Yes,
so
exactly.
that's 1d20, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
7.
Someday it's going to happen. Maybe it'll happen during the event that I haven't announced yet, but I will be announcing.
Oh.
It's happened exactly only the once so far, and I'm actually very surprised.
Yeah.
Right,
It's
right.
been something. Yeah.
Right.
I want to see if I can pull any of the webbing with Bigby's hand then.
Okay.
Like just like grab it the way people typically grab cobwebs, just grab a corner, start
Good.
spinning, and then pull.
You can, but as you do that, you pull it and you hear this as it's like stretching. Eventually, Big B's hand is just, straining basically, and is not breaking it.
Even string doesn't behave like this. This is upsetting. I let go.
Boing.
This is not
Actually, it's a
behaving.
power chord. Bring.
Does Big B's hand now look slimy? Does it now have like whatever
No.
was on the?
No, it does not. This web does not
Okay.
seem to have that fluid that we were talking about, at least not on the outside of it anyway.
Okay. I get into Big B's hand.
Alrighty.
Thus begins his supervillain arc.
Yep, go ahead and
Oh,
control.
God. Oh Lord.
His name is the Hand and Glove supervillain. Okay.
Oh God, it's doing it again.
Iron Fist.
It's so upsetting.
Iron Fist, Velvet Glove. There we go. All right, I see. So they gave us a secret door or passageway without a secret door. Where is the door?
The door itself is actually right. Yeah, that's a little confusing. It's right here. So basically between 2 and 3 of the statues. And
then now statue number 2 has you said it turns at its waist, so it's now looking like down at statue number 1?
Correct. That's correct. Right. Yes.
And
its axe is down now.
Oh, it is down. Okay.
So we can go in that little back corridor and ignore the gibberish.
Or it'll just lead us right around to it, and we'll just hop out and have to fight it from a different direction. Who knows?
Something, but
How high is the doorway?
I would say about 10 feet. No, not that high. I shouldn't say that. Probably about 7 feet, about 7-8 feet.
Actually, Big B is that a concentration spell, Brendan?
Big B's hand is concentration up to 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, 1 minute.
Yep. So you have to get moving if you're going to be.
I do not have a lot of time.
I was about to say actually some light in this area might be a good thing, but I think Tanton can also you can do light spell or light spell.
He just pulls out a rock and just throws a couple of
that might be a good idea.
Glowing
right
rocks into the
Tanton, when you enter that area, first of all, the walls of this winding hallway are lined with you see stone benches and shallow alcoves. So that's one thing to note. The other thing yes, exactly. The other thing that I want to note though is, and Marame, this is going to be a thing for you as well. I need both Marame and Tanton to make wisdom saving throws, please.
Oh no! I get them an advantage. Not that it's changed anything in our lives so far.
Hope springs
Bane
eternal.
of Marame's existence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, Marame, you have this sort of wave of what I would say would be described as sort of there's a moment where you feel like you are facing the Kalashtar Elder that we have spoken about before, that you've had dream contact with. But just for a moment, and then it flashes. So it just, like you see it and then it's gone immediately, which means that you're in our world, as it were, and conscious enough to see Tanton, whose eyes go wide, because Tanton, what you see are the falling buildings of what you imagine to have been Seer, falling upon you as if you are in the midst of them, and they are falling upon you this way. So I need you, first of all, to move away towards the door, just like right where Marame is fine. And then I'm going to need to ask you what you want to do next, because there's a mechanical effect that I'll talk about here.
I shout for the others to stay back.
So moving... Well, she's there. So
right, you could move like right next to her, basically. Like okay.
Like
basically, what I would say is
here
like,
or
yeah,
here?
exactly.
Okay. All right.
Or you could also like go right outside of it, so you could theoretically go like right there. That's also fine, assuming Mermaid lets you pass. You are, at least for the moment, terrified of this area. Now, when you leave that area, Tanton, the sort of vision, which felt again like you were there as the buildings were falling, immediately passes when you depart the area. But the sort of like still remains.
Yeah, he's basically leaning back and holding onto the door frame, like it's like you're in a 7-point earthquake, and you're just like, and he's just, that's his life right now.
Yep. Merime, you're not affected by this now. You're just in this hallway.
So I tell the others to stand back, and can I tell where the spell comes from?
It was the minute you passed into this area, like overall, like you walked in and immediately experienced it. So, 5,
in
10
the link,
feet in.
we ask you what happened. Or I ask you what happened.
I am going to pull out my my loot, and I'm going to say, it looks like there's a curse here that leaves us frightened, but I can help you be stronger and get advantage on your when you cross into it, if you're willing to take this road still. And I start doing a gentle but heroic ballad, because I have never gotten to use it, Counter Charm, which you can start a performance that lasts until the end of your next turn. During that time, you and any friendly creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed.
Well, that's good timing. Tanton, make a saving throw against being frightened or charmed. Make a wisdom saving throw, please. At advantage. Yep.
Yay.
It's a very good
Wisdom
song. It's a bit
saving
metal
throw.
even.
It's oh God, what is it? It's either He's on Down the Road.
Right.
Diana Ross and Michael Jackson.
He's on down the road.
Or it's the song that Fozzie and Kermit sing in the Muppet movie.
Moving right along.
One of the two.
Moving right along.
It's a mesh of both, actually.
Oh, that's horrific.
Yeah.
That's what the gibbering mouthers are doing in there. That's the
anyway. Moving right along.
Right, exactly. 21.
Yeah. So yes, and as you hear the music, the sort of the your heart rate slows, Tanton, and the whole thing fades, and you are immediately aware it was a fear, but it's a false memory. You were not there when this happened, Tanton.
Oh no, I was in Sharn.
Yeah. So the idea is like you're like intellectually immediately aware, like, wait a minute, what? But you are no longer frightened.
I wake up with night terrors very much like that quite often.
Yeah.
Where I know it didn't happen, but man, it feels like I was still there.
I was just I'm going to zoom the camera out to show you that my son is here. Here, lean in this way.
Yeah, we've seen him a few times.
And and I was just talking with him today about dreams and about nightmares, and he was kind of like, what are they for? And we talked about it, and he's like, well, I still don't want the bad dreams. I'm like, no, I'm with you. I don't want them either. But so yeah.
Yep. Anxiety dreams do that too. And I have to keep telling my brain, well, that was interesting. Thank you for trying to keep me prepared. I do not want to lose my kittens, nor do I want to try to convince anybody an actual zombie apocalypse that's happening literally outside our window that nobody cares about.
Yeah.
Dying is fun.
You can write on that.
All right, Nisha, ready to cross over? Let's try this while the song's going. So we're gonna.
Oh, the song is going. It's getting more rhythmic. I'm getting into it. I'm jamming.
Building to her, building to the crescendo.
Jamming. I've been waiting since 6th level to use this, guys. I'm very excited.
Okay. So as you pass in, I need you to make a saving throw, Larian, but again at advantage.
Advantage.
Light Bash. There appears to be a singing frog and bear. I suspect a druid.
And me.
And Nisian as well.
There we go. I'll take that 22. Yeah, 22. Not
Yes,
bad.
you barely you have a sense of discomfort, Alarian,
Right.
but you don't even get a vision to that extent. Same, Nisiana with you. The music seems to override it.
Yeah, bolstering.
Well, most likely
stuff.
because I'm still pissed off about lack of audio autonomy and fear.
You're
that is
schmear.
I'm not
conquered by
afraid. I'm just
anger.
mad. Yeah.
So I am pissed off right now still.
Somebody hurts, and I'm mad at the government.
I work some of that anger into the riff.
And also the people who grab me.
I mean, she's a halfling. She's 2.5 feet tall. You don't think that tall people don't just sort of take liberties of picking her up and moving her?
It's
Like,
just that you only think that because short people got nobody to love them.
Sure, people got no reason. Oh man.
Oh
I
my
don't get the
God.
reference, but I don't agree with
Oh,
you.
it's a
Oh, boy.
that's a tremendous Randy Newman song called "Short People," which is the whole thing is satirical, basically.
Good.
Yes, you'll be happy to know it's satirical. He did not actually hate short people because he was actually
Right.
kind of short himself.
I mean,
That was the whole point.
it's the whole thing of like, in this world, the whole thing of the dwarf talk scene,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is a horrific practice.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I am sure probably in her younger days, somebody just kind of picked her up and moved her to where they wanted her to.
Yeah, which is Yep.
Hilarion has always asked, or at least given her warning.
Oh, yeah.
So I also need Rowan to make this save when you enter, please.
Right. Wisdom, you said.
Yes.
At
Mhm.
advantage.
At
because-
At advantage. Yep.
Because of the riff.
But the Bigby's hand does not make it, so it crushes Rowan to death.
Hoisted by my own petard.
Okay. That's enough.
16 is.
Yep, that's
Is it
enough,
enough?
Rowan. Just enough.
Okay, cool.
When you do that, though, Rowan, I will say that there is a flash for a moment of a person sort of leering at you and with a very sharp, almost like a hacksaw coming down to your arm, and then it vanishes immediately. But and you have no recognition of the person or anything else. It's just a moment, and then, poof,
When you
and
say coming down to your arm, is it a flesh arm? Or...
no, it is the metal arm.
Okay.
Everyone notices me instinctively raise my hand as if I'm about to draw sunshine, but I
yeah.
don't actually pull it out by the time I realize that it was not real.
I kind of chill the music a bit just in case I'm making you a little bit too, like,
Uh-huh.
feeling
Amped up.
dramatic here. Yeah.
All right. Interestingly annoying. Yes, that was delightful.
All right.
I think your hand is probably over now. I mean, it's been longer than a minute, I would assume.
As
Yeah.
it's well.
I would say at this
probably.
point,
I mean,
the
it's more of a
hand would-
combat spell. Yeah.
And
Okay.
the hand grows incredibly. All right, and then
Oh no.
it disappears. Okay. Hey, Drew. Okay.
Okay.
And let's see. So let's put that up there. Yes. So you're now. So now, once you're in here, having dealt with all of that, you just see again these sort of stone benches and shallow alcoves here. You still feel, I should say, all of you do still feel like unsettled, and I don't mean I mean like just this area makes you feel unsettled, but you are not frightened or lost control or anything like that.
Arv, can you remind me real quick? Was this place for it was the dwarves first, and then fell into ruin and disrepair and taken over by Spinweave? Is that
Presumably,
correct?
yes. Although what's unclear is whether this was built for Spinweave by the dwarves or whether the dwarves owned it and Spinweave took over. Because remember, there was a time where Spinweave and the rest of them just, like, the dwarves have gone to Spinweave before with questions, and there's always a price to be paid. But it's sort of like, maybe you did make the lair for the dragon as long as the dragon doesn't kill you every 100 years. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah,
there's a little bit of
yeah.
that. This is all lost to history, though. Like, as in terms of who's responsible for it, you were already in areas that basically most people don't come because, for reasons we know.
We're clever. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the idea of putting dwarves statues up for, well, we don't know what Spinweave is. We haven't seen it yet. I guess we'll get a better picture once we get a look at the thing. Okay, I was just wondering.
Mhm.
So this area here, is this a dais? Is it up
No,
or down?
these are stairs down. In fact, this leads,
Okay.
it looks like it's about 10 feet down to here and another 10 feet down to here. And then you'd have to go over this way, but another 10 feet down. So you're
Okay.
descending.
Oh, joy. I can't-
Sure, you're all
Nothing
set.
wrong with that.
An anti-dais.
Yes. And still 10-foot ceilings?
15 foot. And
15 foot,
and
okay.
yes, still.
All right.
I would make it a sed.
Cute. I see what you did there.
I'm going to suggest to the group, we're all still mind linked, that maybe I should scout ahead a bit. Because A, I can try, and the other question, is the web still here too?
Yes.
Okay. A, since I can fly, I don't need to touch the ground, and B, I can be, despite normal things, I can now be relatively unseen.
Can you really?
Yes. Yes, I
Will that
can.
affect me?
No, it will not. So I would have to leave you here.
Go ahead, Mermaid.
I'm gonna come with you because I'm gonna stop singing reluctantly.
I'm coming with you down the corridor so dark.
No
Longer than a
hero
Meatloaf
should
song,
without a
Jesus.
song.
And now it's time for the bridge. Oh, God.
No, the bridge is the other way.
No, I know.
That a Led Zeppelin song? Anyways, so no, well, that's fine, but I would prefer to carry you with me because I don't want. I'm under the impression, again, we're all doing this silently so no one can hear us talk. And Larian says, I'm under the impression that we are being watched every step of the way here.
That's
However, if I do what I want to do and you do what I know you can do with me, that I carry you down there, we should be relatively unseen. But every time you step on one of these, I believe you are giving the owner of this lair information as to where we are.
I probably shouldn't have sang out our SIN numbers either.
I'm sure that won't come back to haunt us at all. No. It'll just go on the dark web. So,
Can I point out that this hallway just seems to have it has turns and stuff.
Oh, yes, I do.
But where else are we going to go? Especially with us, the rest of us back here.
Well,
Without you.
you're not. You'll just stay here for a couple minutes until we see where this ends, what might be down there. We haven't run into, well, the lurkers over there. We know where the gibbering. They hook a thumb over the other door. But if this comes back into that door and we have to face this gibbering thing, then we'll be forewarned rather than blundering into it.
The last time we went anywhere underground, the place collapsed. Would you like us to be on the other side of a collapsed ceiling or a trapped ceiling?
Valerian looks around at the very stout walls and I don't know if we're in danger of that.
How about we go ahead by 15 feet and then the rest follow so we kind of stay together? Because I agree with Nisiana that if we split up, we might stay split up. We're stronger together.
What could go wrong?
Loot again slowly. Puts it back away at Tenton's luck.
Very well, but I think at least partial advance party is not a bad idea. But that 15 feet is fine by me. It's not a problem.
Okay.
All
I
right,
will
so you're moving
get down.
up and over? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, you might as well, if you want to stay there, you can stay there. I'll be close enough to the party, it's not going to matter. So if you wish to stay with me, that's up to you.
Who is more likely to live without my healing?
Me compared to like Rowan or Tanton.
Right.
And,
so if we have to split up, then I should be with Rowan.
Okay. All right. And I set you down on the ground.
But is that a thing that you want to do?
It is a choice I am making. We are a team. I've already said that I don't like the fact that they're going ahead, and I don't think that the fact we are being watched no matter what. That is the thing we should keep in mind. The two of you probably have the best shot at not dying to a trap, so I will agree with that. And I'm better to save the three of us than.
Fair. That's that makes sense.
And
I
Tandem
will.
kind of points from Nisiana to Spanner, is like,
Yes.
Steed.
And she goes and she is now again still not touching the floor.
True.
Alarian, this might not be my wisest idea, but perhaps not my most foolish either. But considering that not all of us are not going to be touching the ground, including Tantan and Rowan, I will walk beside you with full trust that if something happens on the floor, you who is flying will be able to pull me out before I lose any limbs.
That is acceptable.
Okay. So are you
All
folks
right.
headed forward?
So yeah.
Yes.
So Mermaid and I are going to be about 15 feet ahead. I'm flying, but slowly. She's walking beside me, so I really just want to get a look around this corner before the whole party gets over there. Just because I don't want, again, if something's awaiting us, I'd rather know it myself.
And you're trying to be stealthy while doing so?
I mean, it's reasonably possible with glowing mote lights.
So I mean, if you're trying to be, you can be quiet. I'm just asking if you want to go out of your way to be stealthy, or if you're just in particular just trying to not.
Well, considering
I'm
I'm next to the stealthy bard here, yeah, I would try to be as quiet as possible.
All right, then let me have stealth checks from the both of you, please.
Definitely not looting right now.
And I'll need that from the other three of you if you're going to try to be stealthy as well, as you're following slowly behind.
While they're making those rolls, can you give Nisiana control over Spanner?
Sure.
Then since he's in steed mode, she should be able to.
Does not
You're flying, Alarian.
Done.
And I can't even believe in you because it was a 2.
You have like
maybe I am making
you're
a
humming
noise.
the song.
So
the song.
Yeah, Mermaid's being quiet, and you're sort of like occasionally you're like clang. It's like it's a bump and go robot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you do make a little more noise than you would have hoped.
This is about the hilarious thing that would ever happen over here.
Exactly.
Too good.
Having done that, though, you don't. There's no response to any of that noise, and so when you get to here, and then I'll need stealth checks from the other three of you if you're going to be stealthy. I don't know if you're.
Well, actually, let's hold up at the corner.
That's fine.
Mermaid.
That's fine, but I need the other three to give stealth checks because you're trying to stay not that far away, right? You said you're.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it?
If you're trying to be quiet, you don't have to be Nisiana. I mean, if you don't, you don't have to try to do that.
But the question is, who makes the rolls, Spanner or me?
You all, both of you do actually. I guess I'll have Tren make the roll, although I think you have control over Spanner for the moment. But maybe Tren, you can make the roll for Spanner on stealth. But I need you to do it too, Nisiana, because you could be making noise on top of it. So.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Well, I got a 20,
okay.
but
that's fine. So you're very quiet. We'll see if Spanner is.
Where is it? It's probably in the S's. There it is. 7.
Yeah, kind of a little bit clank a bit.
Yeah,
like,
that fits.
Down the way.
I'm
and then
because I'm not.
and then Tantan and Rowan, I need 2 from you again. If you're trying to do this, I don't know if you're trying to be stealthy or not.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
watching what's going on, Tantan is like, why should I even bother? But he's, but yes, he's going to.
And Rowan, are you going to?
But this is not an advantage. This is just basic.
This is just as it is. Yeah, exactly. It's not. There's no negatives or positives. It's just I stealth check.
You guys are pretty good.
Well,
okay.
tentacles burst from the wall.
Pretty good. Nope. You no problem really. You make it down. Your limited noise is covered over by metal clank from Alarian and a little bit less so Spanner. Okay, so when you get here, you reveal the following.
The gibbering mass. No!
No, you can still hear it, but much more faintly here.
Good.
So, the thing I want to point about this is, okay, let me make sure I have the map correct on this. Yes. So the reason that this is cut away like this is that you descend far enough that as you look around the corner, this seems to be passing under a passageway that leads over it. It's like you are literally on an underpass now, going underneath this passageway that's above it.
And we can't access that other passageway by any means.
Not from here.
We
No.
pressed
I
onto
mean-
a span over Grey Swirling Mist who were pulled down by the Lurker Within. Could that be? Could we be where the Lurker Within would be? Is there a Grey Swirling Mist?
You don't see any mist here, but
No, the
Okay.
Grand Swirling Mist was at the bottom of the was underneath
Yeah.
the bridge.
So nothing here. Well, we might as well continue. There's no reason not to, as far as I can tell.
Okay. What the heck?
Although there's this mysterious white at the end that I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's not a white, we should be okay.
underneath this you can see, and let me make sure that I got this right. Sorry, this reveal is not as good. The new reveal jump gate thing is much better. I think that's nope, that's not right. Wait a second. Hold, please. I need to find what they did with my map. I love the battle maps that they use here, which are sold separately, which I wish had come with the originals. But it also means that the battle maps sometimes have a little bit of an odd discrepancy. So just bear with me a second.
It's like being built 20 feet to the right.
Oh, I see why. I see why. Because
I'm glad you do.
yes. So underneath this, so the thing basically goes essentially underneath and down to a square room. And the reason that that's not revealed here is because it's actually a different map. I will show you the map in the moment, but I will say that as you look at the sort of room that you've come to, the room that you're looking in has the strange webbing that drapes the dungeon. Remember you were mentioning before, Rowan, that this thing about are there any like areas of web that's sort of like combined together, like, you know, where there's bunches of them in one spot. That is the case here, because it looks as if the strange webbing that drapes the dungeon radiates from this chamber. And at the heart of the web, squatting on a stone pillar, is a grotesque, enormous spider. Its pallid head is a mass of tentacles and spinnerets and eyeballs on stalks. And underneath this blob, a wet mouth curls into a cruel smile. And the spider looks and clicks and then says, and you can hear this sound almost all around you, "Welcome, adventurers. I have seen you coming, and I have touched your mind. Come forth and entertain me." Which is a good spot for our break. You are watching the incredible Infinity and Beyond crew playing Oracle of War From Dust Part 5. I think it's fair to say this is the final part of From Dust now. I think that's fair to say. And you are watching the amazing crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Brandon O'Brien. We are going to take here about, it's 9:46. Let's try to reconvene in 9 minutes, 9:55 if we can, Eastern. And then we will see what happens when they deal with this beast, which may or may not be Spinweave, and what happens when they actually confront that creature. In the meantime, make sure that you take break with us. Please follow and do all the things, and we will be right back to you folks in about 9 minutes. Hang tight. All righty. Well, welcome back, everyone. I don't think anything really important has happened tonight, right? I can't imagine. There's been no issues whatsoever that I can imagine. But we are back with the D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew. We'll be going for another hour. So they have just come to a place where they can see the room, and I'm now ready to reveal it. I just wanted to make sure that I had it set up properly. So you see this creature, as I mentioned, waiting here, and this specifically is what
It's
you
an
see.
actual
Yeah, I was going to say, don't look.
Yay, fun, cool.
Okay, I need to figure out how to not look at that thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Jen.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing. I can, what can I do?
For the time being, the character known as Spinweave will be represented by this orb.
Yeah,
By a
exactly.
kitten.
I understand. It's
No, I get it. I got it covered here.
Yeah, we'll
Just
just put
give
in a
me a
stand
second.
in and we'll be fine.
No,
That
no,
creepy hand
what I
thing.
will do is,
Just
what I will do
a
is
box
this.
that reads,
No.
insert spider here.
Hang on just a second. I got
No.
this.
Fight in the dark. Oh,
I got this
that's not
covered.
better.
Yeah, I know, right?
no.
Okay.
Phobias are not.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I understand, and I do remember. I have not forgotten. Okay. I think. Oh shoot! That's not what I meant to do. Control Z. No. God bless America. Everything's going wrong. Everything's a mess. Okay. Let's see. What I meant to do was. Okay. Yes, reset the map. Now, undo this. Okay. All right, we're going to do that for just a moment so I can see what I'm doing.
You guys remember when the spider ran across my monitor?
Huh?
A couple of
Yes.
times, and it
Yep,
was
I
just-
remember that
it was
very
like
well.
this big.
Yeah, I
And,
remember that very well.
I called for my husband, and he came, and he didn't tell anybody, but he was going to close the camera, so it looked like the spider closed the camera. Oh,
Okay, here we go. I got it. There's this. And then we do this. And now we do that. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we change the opacity back to maximum. Which means now you don't see it.
I wish you could do that just for one person, so that one person couldn't see.
I
and
understand, Jen, but it's not you get the idea.
Just have arachnophobia mode and replace it with a kitten.
That's exactly right.
As it
Exactly.
stands, I hate black squares, so I'm happy to beat on that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it's
was-
kind
I
of
was-
like, I mean, if you could put a giant crab or something, that.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just-
I get it. I totally get that. That's fine. Now you have just a black square to look at. You can all use the theater of the mind, and unless, Marie, you have a phobia of black squares, in which case we have a problem, then I'll
Oh,
walk
no.
away.
Or of theaters or of minds. 'Cause, you know,
That's true, actually, you know.
I do have
Somehow
a
I don't
phobia
see
of
that
mines.
happening.
Yeah. No, there was actually an arachnophobia mode in Legend of Grimrock where there are a lot of like jump scary spider things. And I remember there's a big discussion about it where people just like, if you can't handle it, and like the devs basically just like lit into them and they're like, we don't want your business. The reason we did this is because people have legitimate fears and there's no reason we can't. They were like very nice about why they removed it in the first place. And it was like, it's a single player game, my dude. Like, it doesn't ruin your experience if someone else, does something different. So, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Skyrim has that, turns them into
Absolutely.
bears, I think it is. And so I watched my husband play, and he's like, oh, hold on, I'm going to have to go find the mod for this.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
So I sorry, Jen. I'm trying to, with a monster like Spinweave, I've done the best to avoid specific references too much, but. So
Oh,
there
I
you
mean,
go.
I knew it was a spider. I just didn't know if it was going to, like, literally look like it did. And I was like, oh, that's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, sorry. But now I think you should
like a
be,
tarantula. No,
I think you
thank
should be okay, hopefully.
Yeah, I am. Okay. So do we put ourselves on the
Yes,
screen?
yes. So please, if everyone could put yourselves on the map, that would be lovely.
at the bottom left.
Oh, bottom left. Bottom left.
That's where
There we
we're
go.
coming in. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, and the reveal, the masking setup is so much better on the Jumpcade version.
Why am I so
Rowan.
big? Why am I
Because you
so
are
big?
Huge.
you have presence.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
god, hold on.
The mighty Rowan strides in, you know, like
How did I
have
grow
control
this
of
extra
family.
foot?
You,
Okay,
you
cool.
absorbed it from Bigby's hand when it went away.
yeah.
Oh lord.
Okay,
Big
so-
Rowan.
I was just gonna say briefly, while we were mentioning stories about arachnophobia modes, my favorite story of devs responding to that was for the video game Grounded. There's
Yeah.
an arachnophobia mode for that game, and people were complaining like, "You're shrinking. Your character is a person who has been shrunk to a insect size. Of course, they're gonna interact with spiders." It's like, but this doesn't happen to people in real life, so it doesn't need to suck for players. So we did the thing. That game you just turned into a giant green horse that floats.
Probably a cat.
Yeah. Brandon, you are fading out.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yes.
It was kind of dramatic. Like you were shrinking as you were talking
no.
about being
Yeah.
a tiny person.
Oh no. What happened?
I have no idea why that is happening.
You were
Okay,
turning into
you
Lily
came back.
Tomlin.
Yeah, you
Oh,
were
God.
just.
Your voice was getting teeny tiny like you were
Mm.
talking about.
Here I go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me
Yes.
better now?
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
I have no idea what happened.
Nope. No
This,
idea.
my mic is betraying me all night.
Treachery.
Right. So, the creature comes in and faces you. It is this enormous creature that we've already referred to, and looking at you, says, "Why exactly have you come to my home? What is the reason for your presence? What secrets could you share?"
I will step forward. I guess like over here to see her.
Mhm.
I'll be like,
And I'm gonna be right there too. Yeah.
I am, going to nod my head with respect and say, Spinwave. Assuming she's her, We come on the trail of the draconic prophecy, and its words have led us to you and to your wisdom.
That is good, since the draconic prophecy is misinterpreted. So many think they know what it means, but it is largely gibberish to me. I care nothing for gods, only the knowledge of reality which I possess. Since it has brought you to me, though, it has some useful purpose.
I would love to be able to spend more time discussing the finite points of prophecy, as it seems that you have an interesting take on them, but the wisdom that we seek, that the prophecy points that you may have, is how to help loosen the grip of the Emerald Claw on the gates to doom.
Ah, the Emerald Claw. The gates of doom. I suppose they are still spinning their webs, are they? Good.
I mean,
I'm glad. Anything for more excitement. What exactly did the Emerald Claw find?
it found the place that they found. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I need
Over
the
there.
name, damn it.
it found the what is it, the Cauldron of Souls, or it's not quite called that, but
Just a second.
the
Letters say again.
The excavation beneath Metrol.
Mm-hmm.
And the doors. Is there a term for this somewhere?
the Urar holds
No, the Maror holds are where we are.
the soul.
She might be asking, it occurs to you, she might be asking not about the doors, but about the objects. Because, like, did they
Oh.
find things?
Oh, like the
there?
plaque. The stone plaque.
The
Yeah, that's not leading the witness. It's just that's what you get the sense of from it.
Yeah, and the Warforged souls as well, right? Isn't that what they were?
Symbiotes. The
Can
symbiotes
be.
that are there.
So technically, all we know at this point is that they found the plaques and are headed here. No, they're headed somewhere else to
Well,
get.
they're headed to underneath the city to
Yeah.
open it, but they can't open it without the plaque we have.
I will show her the plaque.
So when you do, she says, she kind of like you, and her body kind of like lurches back a bit, not like but just, and then she says,
So, they've grown more ambitious in their old age, I see. That tablet came from my old lair. I was once a priest of Velara, the crawling queen. One of the Delkir, you called them, from the plain of Zoriat. 9,000 years ago, Velara was imprisoned deep underground by the cursed gatekeeper druids. They put powerful seals to keep her in place, and for years I dwelt within the creeping nave. It was a sanctuary built around the seal, where I could still consult with my queen. But you grow tired after 1,000 years of nothingness. So I abandoned her service and came here to serve another imprisoned Delkir, Dern the Corruptor, until Dern too died and left me. So you have there a tablet to a place of a sleeping god. Don't drop it.
If they're removing the tablets, does that mean that the sleeping god will awaken?
Perhaps. But it would take more power than they have to fully free them, at least right now. The gatekeeper seal at the heart of the creeping nave, you see, is powered by the energy of souls. Souls drawn from Dolur, the realm of the dead.
now before I go on, I want to say that Nisiana, you certainly would have heard, I mean, all of you would have heard something about Dolur, the realm of the dead, but Nisiana, this is particularly your kind of wheelhouse because, that's kind of like not where you're at. You try to do the opposite thing. Dolur, the realm of the dead, is a terrible place, which it is often said always encircles the world of Eberron, and if it were ever to somehow cross over into this plane, the energy from it, terrible things could happen. And so she says this and then says,
If the seal were to be damaged, the negative energy of Dolur would leach into the world, which would be unpleasant for you. Destroy it entirely, and my old mistress Velara would be freed, and perhaps a portal to Dolur would be opened. Perhaps that might be the end of the world for you.
While this conversation is happening, is the banner in this room?
go ahead and make a perception check. Can't give you this on the observant one.
Okay.
10. You don't, for one thing, it doesn't help you have a huge spider in front of you blocking your view. You don't see it here, Rowan, but there is also a passageway on the other end of the room, and you don't know exactly where that leads. But you don't see a banner, obviously, here. In fact, most of what you see here is this webbing and then this spider sitting on top of this pillar.
I have a question to ask this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Emerald Claw aware that they risk releasing this energy or this goddess if they go about this the wrong way?
Mortals are forever arrogant and do not understand the consequences of what they do. But the Emerald Claw believes that the dead are the path to salvation. Indeed, their path leads only to more of the dead. Whether they know that would destroy them too, or care, I cannot say.
Well, on that we agree.
Is this the only tablet seal, or are there multiples to hold her in?
There are several, but not many. One of them should have been strong enough, if you could leave well enough alone. But you're here, and that means that mortals continue to meddle.
Well, this is true. We found this with the Emerald Claw.
Did you
And-
kill them?
Yes, we did.
I see. How did you feel when the deed was done?
I'd look at Rowan.
Like eradicating...
Rowan, who was hiding behind like this corridor the entire time,
Oh, okay.
emerges and unshaken says, "It felt pretty good, actually."
So, I see there are some who have still communed with the ancient ways. You were the one trying to burn the webs before, weren't you?
Yes, that was me.
Why?
Why do you have to be in my head?
Oh, yes, your mind. I wish I could have had more of a look at it. So many closed rooms and locked doors. So many shadows in dark places. I would have welcomed the chance to talk with them.
It is by design that you cannot. But back to the topic at hand. Surely you can give us some reasonable guidance as to how to ensure the Emerald Claw, a community of people that you have already identified as ruinous to no end, can be brought to heel before they open the realm of the dead. Straight answer could suffice. Just fine.
You want to stop the Emerald Claw and keep the seal in place?
Yes. Turns out life is good and death is bad.
A question for a question. Is it worth it to you, or to any of you, to save the other? In the other room, you were angry.
And he's looking here at Nisiana.
He's gonna move up.
You were angry at this one.
And puts out one leg pointing at Rowan.
For grabbing you in a field of magic.
It is always worth saving his life. Always. I can be mad at him for doing something I would consider ill-advised in a non-emergency type of way, though in some mild retrospect, he probably believed it was an emergency. Still, it did not stop my anger. But he's still worth saving. Always.
It occurs to me that you, the one they call Rowan Shallow, are being patronized by this one. Who is she to tell you that she is angry? Do you not have freedom to act as you will? Or are you the puppet of this band?
My will is still very much free. On more than one occasion, I will often prioritize my own stupid ideas over what I still admit is Nisiana de Jarasco's common sense. But I trust Nisiana because Nisiana trusts me.
Touching. It is amazing how limited trust can be when facing the reality of one's ending. Even dreams could not save your friends. Could they, Kalashtar?
And you can see one of the baleful eyes. You also have this very, I promise I'm going to not overdo this because I'm in deference to Jen, but the eyes all look in different directions at different times. So like at this one, like several of them swivel towards you, Merime, and sort of stare right at you.
Even you will not be saved by a world of dreams. You had a vision of them, as did you, one of the House of Kenneth, back in my hallway. Those are the nightmares of others that I discard there. I rummage through them on occasion, and despite that fact, that it is a storeroom of discarded dreams, it almost broke you.
True. What do you love?
Knowledge, mostly.
And how much of a nightmare would it be for you to see all that you love destroyed?
You speak as if I have not seen it happen before, mortal. Thousands of times. That is why I gave up that life. Instead, I retreated to a land of knowledge, for that never dies, nor do I.
By the way, just before you respond, as she talks, occasionally you see little, almost wisps of blue light over the webbing on the pillar and around her, and kind of like, floating up along the threads into the side of the room and then back again.
Are they emanating from it or like just around the room?
Maybe from it, but also into it. Clearly the webbing is not attached directly, but yeah.
No, you didn't quite answer the question that I asked. What would you do if you saw all that you love destroyed? Would it not wound you in some way? Because if your answer is no, then you clearly don't love it very much at all. Then there is no sense of loss, no grief over losing something that you treasure so greatly.
The grieving, the loving, passed thousands of years ago. What remains now are the treasures of nuggets of wisdom, and that, devoid of the emotion, is easier to keep safe.
So your answer would be yes. Thank you.
Since You have asked an additional question. I will ask one more and then answer what was put to me about how to stop the Emerald Claw. You, Starforged, the discarded remnant of a distant star. You have a price to pay. Something will call in your debt. I wonder if that thought haunts you, or if you have dismissed it, imagining you are above such concerns, even if it nibbles at the edge of your consciousness, that someday something will come to claim what is owed.
That is a most curious question. For you do not speak of knowledge, you speak of emotion. And yet for a being that claims to prize knowledge, you have asked all of us about feelings.
Yes, for I crave the knowledge of what makes mortal things do what they do. Why you throw away your short lives on pointless endeavors that are useless. I seek the knowledge of what motivates you.
Tandon kind of chuckles and shakes his head.
But the actions of one single being can echo throughout the centuries, down upon successive generations, over and over again. So, I do not think these beings, and I indicate the rest of them, cannot leave their mark on this world one way or the other. But you were talking about me. You think you know who I am, where I come from, what I am. I assure you, your knowledge is not as deep as you might claim. The bargain that was struck, of course I think about it. It is impossible not to. The debt will be paid in time, one way or the other. But there are many ways to pay a debt, and they're not all as simple as you might believe.
And what of the fact that some in your number did not know of the debt you owe until this precise moment?
Now, as you are not among my number, you are free to speak of whatever you wish. However, since you just asked another question, I believe that means we get another question to ask of you. This was two being that you were asking me. Is that not how you operate?
At times. At times. Very well. You asked how to stop the Emerald Claw. It is true that destroying the seal on the gate will release Valara permanently, but the gatekeepers cursed their name, installed a safeguard, something to temporarily release the Delkir without breaking the seal. Inside the creeping nave, there is a tile on the floor, shaped like a dragon. Remove it, and trace the name Vivarak in Druidic in the sand beneath. Place 3 drops from a potion of healing upon it. Do this, and you will manage to preserve the seal. Fail, and Valara will punish any pillaging her sanctuary, and then we'll loose a vengeance upon this place you call your home.
Quick note. First of all, that is VVRAAK is the name of it. Secondly, I need everybody to mark on their sheets a legacy event known as Desperate Measures.
Desperate measures. We have Tavern Tail Spinner and Desperate measures. Okay.
She says,
I receive so few visitors now, and even fewer ever leave. It is coming. It is here.
We have one more question.
okay, you can see her form is beginning to waver, Nisiana. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said it's wavering. I just said, but we have one more question.
Well, she doesn't respond, so if you want to ask it, you can.
How do we destroy the Lord of Blades?
You must begin first by not destroying yourselves. Only in united form can you face him. Only in united form can you face the creature that he is. But I do not suspect mortals will work together that way, any more than you will now.
And
I'll form the head.
form, yeah, exactly. And her form wavers, and for a moment you think it's just vanishing, but
Right.
as it vanishes,
wait!
yeah, as it vanishes, a huge and amorphous spider of shadow comes
Ah,
from
the
the
shadow.
place where she was. It clicks angrily at you and moves to the attack. Roll initiative, please.
See, this is why she doesn't get any visitors.
Well, yeah.
Because she treats them all this way, you know?
It's
Yeah,
a one-way
right?
trip, baby.
Well, apparently that's her curse. So, what's the initiative? Initiative. Remember to touch your character.
Oh, thank you. Jesus.
Gestures
Other than like a 3.
Thank you, Prince Justin, for the tier 1 sub to Marie Bilodeau.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
Thank you, Prince Justin. All right. Let's roll. Okay, let's see. Hang on just a second. Don't roll yet. Okay. Don't roll any further for just a second. That's my fault. So the most recent one, because for some reason it always shows up as blank and then somebody rolls and then a bunch of other previous ones roll, and I still don't understand why it does that. Okay, so Spanner rolled a 15.
No.
Tanton, you rolled a... What?
Spanner goes right after me. Doesn't matter what he
Well,
rolls.
it doesn't matter. No, I know, but I want to see the number because that'll make it clear to me what I have to get rid of.
Not 113.
Yeah, well, not 22.15 is my point. Also, you didn't roll 22.16. Let's see. Larian, you rolled a 12, not a 4. Rowan, you rolled an 18,
Trying to fix that, but thank
not a
you.
4. Nisiana, you rolled a 20, not a 6. And Merame, that was a 23, not a 12. Okay, so if everyone can see their initiative, is that right? So it's Merame 23, Nisiana 20, Rowan 18, Tanton 13, Spanner, who for some reason has just vanished. I don't know why.
You deleted him from the...
I deleted him?
Yeah.
From the
Oh,
turn
From the
tracker.
game! Oh, sorry.
he vanishes and is destroyed forever. What? God damn it. All right.
Hold on, I've got the parts to make another one. Just a minute.
So take just a second. All right, wait, I'm going to...
I will drag him back onto the...
Can you do it? Okay, yeah. Because what I'll do is yeah.
I will re-roll. Okay.
Apologies. There we go. All right, so we're going to move him up up to right after you. Great. Okay, and then let's see. And then Alarian, you rolled a 12.
Correct.
Your dexterity compared to Tantin?
Yeah, I'm sure he beats mine. I got a 12.
I assume you have more than that, Tantin?
That's why it's 13.16. My
Oh, yeah,
dexterity is
yes,
16.
yes, quite right. Mm-hmm. Okay, right. All right, let's see. So we're going to put him. All right. Merame is at 23. All right, Luciana is at 20. And Rowan is at 18. Okay. Let's move it up there. Right. Okay, good. 18. Everything else should fit in nicely. Okay, great. All right, let's see when the bad guy goes, shall we? So...
Sometime in December 2022.
Okay. Let's see. So...
It is funny that 12 is going last in the order.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But that's amazing.
Maybe. She might roll lower.
I was talking about for us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Villains, schmillins, but I'm talking about y'all. Us.
Well, I have my first 3 spells queued up. That's for what I think I'm going to be doing. We shall see if it works.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Lovely. So first to act is going to be, looks like Merame. So Merame, you may proceed. What would you like to do? I'm going to put, just to be fair, I'm going to put something up here. It won't be a spider, but it'll be something. I feel, okay.
Put a giant crab.
I can't. That's not.
Oh.
I just.
What did you
it's
just
like
put
some
on?
kind of chibi displacer
It's,
beast. What
it's
the
the
hell is
cutest little displacer beast puppy.
I can't. It's too
No.
cute. It's. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's.
We befriended.
It's the opposite of like, you're just sort of like, it's just.
Hideous shadow spider, exactly.
No, I'll do something else. Oh man. Instead, what we're gonna do is we will do something actually, which was similar to. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this one. There we go. We'll make that suitably large. Right. There we go. Better?
Yes.
Okay.
As it's like, put your hands up in the air.
And wave them like you just don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay, Mermaid. There it is. What would you like to do?
So this thing is like insubstantial? It's shadow or
It is. It does seem to be. It is a shadow spider. So it is sort of wavering, but it is definitely, the creature that you saw was more solid until it began to sort of waver and disappear, and then we have this thing. It has multiple eyes above it and so forth as well.
It's not actually on our map, just the streaming map.
I see it on mine.
No, it should be on your map. Absolutely should be. It's roll 20.
Yeah.
It's a bit north of us.
Yeah. Refresh, Jen, maybe? Your roll 20?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, because apparently it don't like me very much.
Just kind of like a blue and black swirly but mist creature.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's hanging out.
Yeah.
And it's a color scheme I love that.
It is nice. I don't know if I can hit a shadow creature with my sword.
Your sword is magical, but you should be able to.
Well, that's how I feel. So, and I've got this cool spell that I haven't had the chance to use yet.
I just got booted. Sorry. Okay.
So I am going to use. Oh, here, can I share the information on? How do I do that? I'm gonna try to share the information of this on the thing, but I'm gonna use I don't know how to do that. I'm going to use Banishing Smite
Okay.
as a start. So it's a bonus action. And the next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack before the spell ends, it lasts a minute, your weapon crackles with force and the attack deals an extra 5d10 force damage to the target. Additionally, if the attack reduces the target to... Anyways, that will probably not come into point, but I really just want to bash it with it.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
Okay, so I'm going to go up to, I guess, here? I don't know if it matters.
That seems reasonable. There's a lot of target.
Right? Okay, and I am going to... I'm going to hit it. Okay, so this is not holy weapon. This is just my regular... Okay, I'm going to try to hit it. See how this goes.
Okay.
24.
24 will hit.
Okay, so you take your 7 piercing, plus I'm going to give you 5d10 of force damage.
Okay.
See how you like that.
And by you mean this terrible creature, not me personally.
Oh
Well-
yeah, no, not you. You're great.
Balls and strikes, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. but, you
Exactly.
know.
33.
Okay. All right. All of which is magically generated. Okay. I love that it says it's immune to being prone. I'll give you that one for free. Like somehow, again, apparently you
Yeah.
can't knock this floating shadow prone. Anyway, all right. So it does seem to take that. Go ahead. Yeah, you were gonna say.
It's part of the spell, but I'm assuming that it's still 50 hit points and above. Because it says 50 hit points or less, it triggers another thing.
Yes, it is definitely.
I
above
assume
50
it
hit
is.
points.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I figured. Okay, and then I am going to do my flourish. I'm going to do a defensive flourish in case it's very mad.
Okay.
So that's an extra d10. So 2, wow. And then I'm going to hit again.
Okay.
But the banishing strike is done now. I get it once, so
Okay,
now I'm
sounds
just
good.
hitting regularly.
Just for the norms.
Just for the funds.
Wow.
Natural.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. All right. Give me that max damage power. Is that?
For a total of 20 now.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Really?
25,000. Okay, so it's 7. Yeah, the rapier is 8, and then
And
I
we
get
did get your
plus
magical
9.
one back, right? So this is still magical damage that we're talking. I understand it's not
Yeah.
banishing smite damage.
Yeah.
But, okay.
It's still magical.
Yep.
So 19 plus 2, 21.
21. Okay. Great. All right. All right. Did not like that at all. And one of the rays, one of the almost eye stalks, I guess you could say, shoots out a. This is on your turn. It's doing this. Shoots out a concentrated amount of what looks like webbing. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please, Mary.
I read a story like that once. Okay, dexterity saving throw, just normal.
Yes.
Yes, Murray. I'm just asking.
Oh, that was so good.
Oh shit!
20.
Well-
I've got plus 9. I can't save.
You are okay. So you are restrained here by webbing.
I had a good run.
Yep, I had a good run. You are restrained by webbing, and we will just to give you the sense of what that actually means. So your speed becomes 0. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and he said, creatures' attack rolls, your attack rolls against anything else have disadvantage. You obviously have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws now because you are
Doesn't matter.
covered with this full sort of web, in case anyone is curious. Great. All right. I would ask you where you want to move, but you can't. So
I'm good.
you're just
I'm
going to stay
fine
there
here.
and like it, apparently.
I'm gonna hit you next time.
Okay. Just before the next one to go, which is Nisiana, let's see. I am going to need Tantin and Rowan to make saving throws because tentacles, appendages, sprout from the walls and are trying to entrap you. So I need a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay.
9.
Join me and trap them.
This is obviously an anti-saving throw
Yeah, 10.
trap. That is the trap
Nah,
here.
nah, you know
Wow.
You're gonna
I hate
bend luck.
this so very
Bro
much.
was like, screw that.
We live here now, guys.
Yeah.
I can still use magic.
What was that last
I-
verse? It had plans for us. We live our here for the rest of our days, kind of thing. Yeah.
What are you gonna do there?
I am going to.
Also, reminder, by
Bend
the way,
luck.
you all have hero points. Don't forget, I believe, at least one. All of you have one, I believe. Sorry, go on.
I'm going to bend luck for Tantin, so I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points.
Okay.
And roll 1d4 and add that to Tantin's roll.
Okay.
It's not gonna help at all.
I have to hope that a 13 does more than a 9. Let's see if we get there.
Okay.
13.
Not
Oh, wow.
enough.
Not enough.
Jesus.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, Light Badge
I
says,
appreciate
oddly,
it, but-
Tantin makes no notable effort to escape and leans into the tentacles, embracing them fully.
I told you.
So, both you, Rowan, and Tantin are grappled. Now, the effect of grappled basically is that your speed is 0. The good news, though, is that you can still act on your turns, you just can't move. But it's not as bad as being restrained, so it's not as bad as Mermaid's situation, is what I'm saying. Okay, so that was in between turns, and now we move over to Nisiana, who's up next. Nisiana, what would
Okay.
you like to do?
Nisiana is going to move up here within 5 feet of these two,
Okay,
and she's going to pop Aura of Life
all right.
so that we can't die, at least for 10 minutes.
Yay!
That's the first thing I'm gonna do. And I am making sure I'm within 5. Actually, Spanner is still with me because Spanner is right. Or I jump off of him. So,
Which one?
you know what? I actually think I'd leave him behind to help you too.
Okay.
And run up here. And let me look at this thing. Is it a reaction? Okay. So I move up within 5 feet of those two. I pop Aura of Life. And that's all I can do right now.
All right.
That's excellent, though.
Hey, listen, I mean, you know. Okay. So, let's see. That is going to, let's see. At the, all right, so at the end of your turn,
Mhm.
Spinweave is going to do something again. On your turn, you say? Yes, on your turn. Okay. I
There.
need you a terrible black-purple light shoots directly towards you, Nisiana, from one of the eye stalks. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
You know what? I'm going to use my hero point. I'm just going to start out using my hero point.
You know what? Not a bad call.
Do it, do it.
Okay, dexterity saving throw at advantage. How did I do?
15.
15?
Not enough.
Okay, then reaction.
Okay.
I have a 20.
Say
My
again?
wings. My wings of protection.
Oh, so increasing. Wait, does your wings of protection affect a saving throw?
Oh, wait, hold on.
I think that's AC you're talking about.
When your protective shield you from others, hit by an attack roll. Is that
Yeah.
an attack
I
roll?
No.
will do reaction then with silvery barbs.
Let me make sure that you can do that when you're restrained. I think you probably can.
I feel pretty
Let me just
safe.
double check.
Oh, target's AC. Okay, it is an AC thing. Okay.
Yeah, you could still do that. So you're going to do silvery barbs?
I'm gonna silvery barbs.
Okay. Actually, let me just double check though. Silvery barbs is on.
On attacks as well.
No, it's not just crits.
Here, let me put it on that, because John told me how. You magically distract a triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must reroll the d20 and use the lower
not,
roll.
but it's not doing a d20. This is a saving throw from Nisiana. There's no.
Okay. I have
Never
failed
mind then.
my dexterity saving throw.
You take 57 points of necrotic damage, Nisiana.
Oh, now it is on.
57. Okay. All right. That drops me to 80.
Right, that was a nice thing to do on Nisiana's turn. Moving right along to Rowan.
Cool,
Wow.
fun. Isn't it fun to hear the other members of your party take nearly 60 points of damage and still be able to call a higher point of HP remaining?
Level 14. Level 14, people.
Grand. Cool. I am going to... I can't move, so I have to do everything that I can do from here. How far is it from me?
15 feet, I would say. These are basically 5. I think. Let me just double check. I think those are 5-foot squares.
Yes.
They are. Yes, indeed they are.
I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points.
Okay, and cast Destroy Shadow Spider, the spell you've been holding on to for.
Oh God. Right. What do I want to do first?
I'll cast it at level 30.
That is anything it needs to make a check for. I don't want it to. You know what? No, I don't benefit from that either. I'm gonna go very basic at this moment.
Okay.
And say that Quickened spell is a 4th level fireball.
Okay. Hey, just keep talking or keep thinking through that through. Nisiana, I said 57. You said you have how much? Did you say 80? Didn't you start at 127?
Yes, minus 57.
Minus 57 would be 70.
Oh, okay. So I can't math tonight.
It's okay. I just want to make sure. I'm like, wait.
No, sorry.
70.
That was a math thing.
Quite all right. On you go, Brandon. Sorry.
Right. So fireball right here.
Ooh, okay. So you're firing the fireball back there. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. All right.
The only thing that should be in that 20-foot radius is it, right?
That is a good call. Yes, that is true.
Grand. So it needs to now make a dex save.
Oh, Jesus. Well,
although I can't imagine it's longer than the fireball, so it can't not take the fireball. So I don't know how a dex saving throw is supposed to help you.
The way I imagine this, since it just critically succeeded, is that it moves around it. Like a good example of this would be it phases almost out of, and in fact, it almost does seem like it's phasing in and out of existence as you're looking at it. So it's not even that far off narratively. That said, obviously you're still going to damage it, but it does make its dex saving throw.
So it takes half of 96.
Let's go. Make it a good one, as they say.
Yep.
I thought he said 96. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah,
96!
Docky Bay 94.
Half of 36 is 18. Not a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still hitting him. Still hitting him.
Okay. Yeah, it does not
Right.
It's not like that. Not happy about it.
So that happened. And then, because that was now cast as a bonus action. So my actual 1 action spell for the turn. Okay, it still does. Okay, this still does half at least, so we can hope for the best. Synaptic Static at 5th level.
Ooh. Okay.
And it's one a point within a range of 120 feet. So I'm gonna pick like center mass of this thing.
Okay.
Like right in the middle of it. And now it needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
Is its intelligence higher than 2?
Yeah, it did. Yes. What's the DC I'm going for? Or it's going
16?
for? It does make that.
Grrr, so it takes half of 8d6 psychic damage.
Okay. I love you did the first as a bonus, and then this. You're like, and now for my next trick. Level 14, y'all.
Grrr.
All right, so we'll round that up. So 15 is
15,
what this thing.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Still does not like that. Okay.
Right, so it doesn't suffer any lingering effects from either of those things because it succeeded at both. Right, yeah.
That is, that
and I
would be
can't
correct.
move, so that's it for me.
Yep, and I'm going to actually put a symbol on both of you so we can establish that you can't move. Right. Okay. Yeah, and actually, let me see if it requires an action to be free, to try to get free from it. Yeah, so you would need to take it, just for future reference, you would need to take an action to try to free yourself from the grapple if you choose to do that. So, just letting you know. At the end of your turn, Rowan, another ray fires out from one of the other eye stalks, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
You got this.
12.
12 is not enough.
You were right.
So, you are now terrified of the creature. What that means is, since you can't move away from it, it means that while it is still within sight of you, you have disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls.
You know what?
while it
Wait,
is within
hold
sight.
on.
Unless you have
Even
something
if
you want to
this
do to
means
break this.
I am going to Tides of Chaos. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Let's go. Chaos Tides. I love it.
Okay, so that means I reroll. I essentially have advantage on this wisdom saving throw. Dang it. 16?
16. Hang on a second. Is enough. Yes. So you feel this sort of fear pass through you, but then you dismiss it. Now, Tides of Chaos does require Wild Magic Surge, yeah? I think, or not. Did you decide that it does? I don't remember.
Right.
I mean,
if I Tides of Chaos or Bend Luck again,
then that happens.
or if I cast any spell after this point,
Gotcha.
I need
Got
to
it.
do a wild bastard.
but he's got to make 2 rolls for the spells he just cast on his turn,
That
right?
is correct. For Fireball, for Fireball.
Dude, your Fireball and your
your,
the other thing you did, Synaptic Static.
The Synaptic Static, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
How soon you forget?
I can't wait for one of it works and everyone is turned into a rabbit.
Or-
You know?
Uh-huh.
5.
Nope.
I mean,
okay.
I have controlled chaos this time, so I get to roll
No, it's right.
twice on the table and choose what I want.
That's true.
And he makes us all fluffy bunnies.
You become a bunny that destroys shadows at will.
Right,
Yes.
well,
There are
you
some
know.
wild stuff in the Net Libram. I can turn us all into dragons if I wanted to, I think.
Okay,
would
that'd be pretty
Nice.
cool.
That would be
That'd
cool.
be pretty,
Right?
that'd be pretty kick-ass.
I mean, I need to roll it first. But
All right, and just to be clear, Nisiana, you used a hero point on your turn, right? I want to make sure
That
that
is
I get
correct.
Got it. Okay.
Gladly.
Lovely. All right, Rowan, excellent work. Tantin, you are up next. The creature has yet to take its own turn.
Well, I'm going to shoot it.
Okay, sounds good.
Do it.
But I'm also going to add a branding smite to this.
Excellent. While you're doing that, I have to say, this is something we got to keep in the back corner for next time, folks. Light and Passion says, you let the fear pass through you. You turn your inner eye to where the fear had gone and see there is nothing there. That's
It's a
badass.
Ooh.
Like, is that
Nice.
That feels very Dune.
Is
It
that
is Dune.
Is that Dune?
Okay, that would
that
be why.
sounded like
There's
something. I was like,
nothing
that's good.
on me.
That's good.
It's part of the litany against fear.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Whoa! Jeez!
Nah.
That was a 30 for those of you listening at home. 30.
It's not the fact that it's a 30. It's the fact that it was a
Rolled
1.
off
and it
the
went
1.
tink.
Yep. Beautiful stuff.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
30.
that
All right.
was-
Well, that
was
narrowly hits.
Okay, so yeah, Kink for 12 piercing plus
Got
the
it.
branding smite, which I'll just run regularly, is another 8. So 12 is the
20.
Thank you, that, and I will show the spell description so that you are aware of what happens now.
Blah, 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 Astral Radiance. So, right, the next time you get this extra damage as well. And sheds dim light. Okay, cool.
So
very
that was
useful against shadow.
Radiant damage. Yeah. It's
Didn't seem to take additional from the Radiant, but the other thing that you mentioned is useful, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Indeed. All right, good stuff. And since you are grappled...
That was one attack.
That was one attack, right? You get another one coming. You're just firing as the tentacles are around you.
Yeah, basically. It's like, you are so coy. But, you know... well, that's 2 1s, but it equals a 22.
That will still hit.
Okay. And that'll be 10 points of piercing, and I'm going to pump an arcane jolt into this.
Okay.
So that what the hell is it? Come on, brain. Yeah, 2d6.
Okay.
2d6 of, that is 4 points of healing to Nisiana.
Okay, 4 points of healing to Nisiana, so 74 now for Nisiana.
Yep.
All right. And that's all you've got, right, Tantin? Because you can't move anywhere. So that means Spanner is up. Spanner is not currently. I like the idea, by the way. Imagine this, chat. So Tantin is attached to the west wall, Rowan to the east wall, and Spanner's like in between these two people, like like in either way. So Spanner's free to move.
Yep, Spanner's gonna come up here, and he's just like. But he's going to try to bite at it, but it's probably not going to do much.
Yes.
But his main reason for coming up here is to impart disadvantage on any attacks against Mirame later. But yes, Force Empowered Rend gets a 12.
Miss.
Yeah, I figured.
He's not feeling it.
Fortunately, no. Force Empowered miss. Okay. Nonetheless,
even the 15 wouldn't have hit, so it doesn't matter.
Still a good boy, regardless.
Yeah.
Okay, Ilarion, you are up next. Still has not moved, or its own move.
At the beginning of my turn, because that's what the ability says, I will Inupchuck and Iron Titan. And then on my bonus, as a bonus action, I will also pop my Spiked Aegis, so that's out too. And then.
And you became really big.
Yes, my massive like Claymore sized Star Sword. I freaking go at this thing. So right there, baby, and attack number 1.
Okay.
That's a
I believe
1.
in you.
Those are all ones.
That's a lot of ones.
That's a lot of
One
ones.
on the 20.
That's a lot of ones. But you
but
have been believed in by
I do believe in you.
Good. That's better.
Excellent.
That will certainly hit.
Okay, so yes, and that's 18 radiant damage.
Yep. Okay, takes that.
All right, and then second attack. 13. 15's not gonna do it, I'll bet.
Miss.
Gonna blow a spirit die and see if I can turn that into a actual hit.
Okay.
Moment. No. All right, never mind. All right.
That
Okay.
makes it 16. Maybe 16 hits.
Did you say 16?
Wouldn't be a
still a
no.
miss.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Not gonna do another one. That's fine. All right. I've tagged it and hopefully getting its attention. So there we go. All right. I'm gonna stay in combat with it, so I'm not moving.
Okay. All right. It is finally the bad guy's turn. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear. Okay. So the first thing that it does is looking at all of you balefully. At least you think so. It's a shadow, but still.
Yeah.
It reaches down and almost as if it were clearing things out of the way, like if it were swimming through water like this, it moves two of its legs, and then a cloud of shadowy vapor comes out and hits 500, literally all of you. I need all of you in there to make a dexterity saving throw, and I would remind Merime and Rowan and Tanton that all of you are doing this at disadvantage.
This is an area of effect kind of thing.
That is correct. Right? Yes, I take that back. Merime, yes. For some reason, I'm not 100% sure why grappled creatures don't get this, but they are not actually at disadvantage. So never mind what I said. Merime does do this dexterity at disadvantage, but Rowan and Tanton are just doing a normal dexterity saving throw like everybody else.
Oh, look at you, Rowan.
Okay.
Oh, and Nisiana, hello.
Oh.
Um,
You know what? I don't think on my for a reaction arm, I'm spending another hero spirit point to bolster that die.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
And hopefully, that's better. Okay.
I'll use my my hero point.
Seems wise.
Right. Okay. So hero point. That brings me up to 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just move that hero point number down to 0. Just a moment. Right. So, it looks like Nisiana with a 22, Rowan with a 20, Merime with a 13. Alarian with a 12, Spanner with a 6.
That wasn't Spanner, that was Tanton. Spanner's the second winner, which is a 19.
Oh, so Tanton got the 6. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And actually, mine was 20 because I had a +8 on my.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. So that means that Merime with the 13, Tanton with the, what did we say, 6 just now?
6.
Party power.
Are going to take 52 points of necrotic damage.
I'm not even below 100.
She said, I'm fine. Okay, Tanton, though, is below 100 because he started below 100.
Yep.
So that we're looking at 47, I think, for you, Tanton.
I don't know.
99 minus 52, so I think that's 47, I believe.
Okay, yes.
Everybody else is going to take 26 points of necrotic damage. So, Nisiana, you are looking at, I think, 48 now? Is that right?
Where did I go? I lost me. Oh, because I was looking at other things. 26, 48, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Rowan should be 48 also, I think. Does that sound right? 48 point is what you have left?
I have 54.
No, 26. You took 26 points. 74 minus 26. Because you had 74 out of 80. You had 74 out of 80 to start with. I don't remember from what.
I forgot that thing happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So how much is that? 46.
So should be 48, I think, is what it comes down to. Let's see. And then Spanner should be at 53. You said doubtfully? I think that's right. And Alarian.
Wrong.
What?
I take no damage.
What?
The third function of Shield Master. If you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage,
yes.
You use your reaction to take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw.
Oh, check you out.
Nice.
No damage for you. Also, just be clear,
yeah.
Alarian, you had 123 out of 123. I'm a little confused about the number on your Aegis. Do you have 61 out of 61 or?
Correct, because it's rounding down.
It was okay, yeah.
Oh, wouldn't that be 62? No, that's 124. No, it's 61.
Okay,
that's perfect. Right. I shrug off the cloud of damage and ready my sword for another strike.
Okay.
At the very end of the next turn.
Okay.
There's been a lot of numbers flying around. How much did you say, Spanner?
Spanner is at 53 now.
53.
Okay. Now, the other thing that I want to note here is, let's see. Just give me 1 second. Right. Okay. I've got a question about who has got a currently functional magic thing around them. I guess Aura of Life would be one of those.
Everybody does.
Everybody does.
Okay. At the moment, you are in a large field of anti-magic.
Ooh.
Where the shadow that was spread is continuing to billow around you.
I knew he was gonna do this.
That was his first attack. So, second up, he is going to...
Wow.
So does that, Luciana, does that stop your Aura of Life?
No,
or,
it shouldn't. I don't think it does.
Well, is it a magic? But is the Aura of Life a magic effect?
Hold on, let me.
It probably does because it suppresses it.
Is the anti-magic just arcane, or does it do divine as well?
Right. I think
because
from you.
Yeah, all spells and other magical effects except the, well, no, okay. So created by an artifact or a deity.
Oh, we're
So-
resistant to necrotic damage. Huh. I didn't realize that.
Wait, what do you mean?
It says each non-hostile creature in aura, including you, has resistance to necrotic damage.
oops.
Oh.
Oops.
There's
I have
been a lot of
Oh
necrotic
my
damage.
God.
Taken
I
somewhere with
can't
necrotic.
ex post facto all of that.
I know,
it's going
I
to
know,
take
I know.
forever.
No, that's fair.
But
But next round,
yeah,
however.
next round we'll remember that. Jeez.
Wow.
But I do think now the question, the one thing I will say is that the anti-magic field technically is, it says all those except those created by an artifact or a deity. Now the only issue here is it doesn't say that divine spells are not affected. It says except those created by an artifact or a deity, but I think I read that as if a god literally cast the thing, it's not going to suppress that. I don't think you casting an Aura of Life applies. Now, the reason this is important is it says suppress, not end. If there were summoned creatures, those would be eliminated. But all it means is that the Aura of Life for the moment is suppressed. So it's not up on you. It's not functional now until some point. You don't know when this thing comes to an end. I know, but you don't yet know. But there is some effect that's around you at the moment. So that's how I read that.
So that means I can't cast magic at all?
Right. Okay. So it is going to now.
This also means that Spanner just.
Oh, does he? Yeah. What happens to him? He literally.
He just shuts down.
Okay.
Because he runs on an arcane core.
But then, presumably, when that's pulled out the arc, because he's not summoned, so when it comes out, the arcane core would
Reactivate.
reactivate.
He'll come
Okay,
back up. Yeah.
gotcha. Okay. Then he has to
I'm gonna
reboot.
put-
Ding!
Exactly.
Like, you know, please wait. Windows is starting.
So
Okay.
I've got the sleep icon on him for right now.
Great. Okay, it sounds good. Right. It is now going to
Clarifying
attempt.
question.
Sure, please.
What do tattoos count as for this purpose?
If they have a magical effect on you, then any magical effect on a creature or object is suppressed while you're dealing with this thing, while you're here. So creatures or objects summoned or created by winks out of existence. But I don't think it, like, you don't wink out of existence. I guess if the tattoo was giving you some, like, what do they do, Rowan? Like, for you, I guess the question.
I was just asking for a clarifying question about whether I can use my Mark of Shadow in this anti-magic field.
No, I'm pretty sure you can't.
Yeah.
It's another magical effect. Who knows how long this thing is going to last, but okay. So it is now going to attempt to bite. Let's see. It has two possibilities. It is, of course, dealing with Ilarion, but it also could bite Merime, which I think is what it's going to do because Merime is the one that it currently has restrained. So it has advantage. It is going
I
to
did hurt it quite a bit too. I'm very proud of that.
That's true. You did. It has an advantage against you. Let's see. That's a 28 to hit.
Yeah, that might hit.
Okay. So
Just but a scratch.
you are going to take 24 piercing
Whoa.
damage and an additional 5 necrotic, which normally would be resisted because of the Aura of Life, but because the Aura of Life is now not functioning at the moment, it's a total of 29 points of damage, Mermaid.
Okay, so I'm at 75, I believe.
I believe that is right.
Okay.
Okay, and that is, let's see, makes the 2 attacks. Okay, great. So that is going to be the end of its turn. And I'm going to let the players know we will do one more round and then we will call for tonight. It will overlap nicely into the final of this session next time. So we'll do one more round as we lead back up to the top.
All right, one more round to kill it, folks.
I will, exactly. As we get back up to the top, let's see. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. I'm going to. Okay. So, Tanton, you are 1. Rowan 2. Nisiana 3. Spanner 4. Merime 5. And Elarian is 6. I say that because I just rolled a 1, which means that emerging near you, Tanton, is an eye stalk that literally comes up from the web in the ground and then shoots something at you. Let's see. It is... Ooh.
I stuck to the face.
I need a dexterity saving throw from you, but we got a problem because... Oh, no, you can. This is why I brought this up. You're grappled, so you can make the saving throw.
Which is weird. It's very weird.
I'd recommend you make it. So don't forget, chat. Inspirations are a thing. Just saying.
And he's got a hero.
dear.
He's got a hero point, I believe.
He does have a hero point.
Mm-hmm. And I think I will use it.
It seems wise.
You do better than me.
Do we have any inspirations coming from the chat? I will ask just quickly. Just finding out. Going once. Going twice. Going thrice. Okay. In that case, I will need you to make that dex saving throw.
And the hero point makes
Plus
it...
hero point. So there'll be... the hero point adds, right? So... Because it's not advantage, I don't think. It's just you're doing the saving throw, and then you add the hero point after that.
Then I totally did mine wrong when I did it.
So the hero point adds what?
Well...
D6.
D6, I
D6,
believe.
you're right.
Yeah, D6.
Okay.
Yeah, sadly you did do it wrong.
Natural one!
Oh, no!
But Nisiana believes in you. Doesn't she?
Can you believe in him?
Is he too far?
Is this no?
Is
it's
there any
not,
belief left?
Have you run out of belief?
I'm trying to remember the last thing I did. When did I believe in
Elarian, it was
This
my
is-
attack.
It was last
That
round.
was last round.
So
It's
if
a
you
new
get to do
turn.
it once
yes,
per
I
round.
believe in you.
All right, okay.
Oh no, Nisiana almost lost belief.
It's like I was just trying to remember if I believe, but I do actually.
Like I do. I just don't because I've made 2 really dumbass mistakes today.
Oh, that's all right.
But it's good to question these things, the belief though, right? Like, keeps the believer honest.
Go ahead.
There is the gremlin part of me that really hopes I rolled another.
I know, and I see it in your face.
I
I see it in your face. It's such a thing.
Natural 3 for a 6.
Oh man.
So are you
Even
your
with your
hero point? Are you adding that or no?
Yeah, like that's gonna help. That's what, a D6 you
Yeah,
said?
D6.
Okay, sure.
10.
4, so 10.
Yeah, that's not
I know.
unfortunately going to get the job done.
I didn't think it would.
Okay. A bright white beam shoots out. Okay. You are going to take 43 points of force damage. 43 points of force damage, reducing you to 4.
4 hit points.
I will also tell you, Tanton, that as you hit that, you have the telltale sense that that was disintegrate ray. If you had been reduced to 0 on that ray.
Mhm.
So
oh, That's why I have resurrection.
Also,
and it would have been a
does it mean that
problem.
Tantan has a hole in him right now.
Yeah, well, no, but he's in very bad shape, and it would have been a problem because at the moment you don't have a functional aura of life. So there's that.
I can't heal anybody because we're in an.
Neither can I.
Yeah.
Yeah, because our magic doesn't work at all right now, eh?
Until some moment, we don't know when. Okay, so that was the beginning of the whole round, right? Merime, you were up first.
Can I try to break free from the little twiggly twig that is on me, or?
Yes. So when you are, let's see, restrained in this way. Yes, as an action, you can make a strength check.
Strength check, eh?
You can also, two things actually. You could also attack the webbing as well.
I
So
do
you
like
could-
that idea.
Yeah, you
I
could
do
do either
like
one.
attacking things. You know what the hell? I'm gonna attack. I'm gonna use my first attack on myself.
Okay, sounds good. Trent has 2 inspirations available. I know, but he can't use it on himself though.
Right. Otherwise, I would have.
15.
Okay. That will hit, yes, and it does 7.
Yeah, it
Okay.
does 7 points.
So you do rip clear from it.
Oh, do
So
I?
you were no longer restrained.
Oh yes. Okay, so with okay. I'm debating whether or not that, like, because the shadow effect when it came out, where did it come towards us, or did it go, like, do I have a sense that
It's billowing still in the same area. It's shot towards you, and it's actually more or less in the area that the Aura of Life was at the moment. Whether it disappears or not soon, you don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm free. I'm really glad about that, but I also don't want to leave, being in front of my sister. So I'm just gonna be like, haha, and be very pleased that I can move again and have some better advantages. And I'm going to do my second attack against the Banum.
Yep.
The Banum. Oh, a natural 1.
That will
and
miss.
I can't believe in you this time.
My sister doesn't believe in me anymore.
She's just disappointed. She's like, I just don't.
Mia Tantan needed me too, and I can only do it once.
Can I mean, I know it's after the fact.
What's
but
up?
Can I inspire her?
Sure. I'll allow that, yes.
Since we had the
Yes.
necrotic
Yes.
resistance. So.
Yes. Totally. Yeah, I agree, yes.
So,
I'm
reroll.
fine with that.
Thank you. I'll try to do better.
Well, you can't do much worse.
I got 17. Yay.
Not enough.
Not enough. But I feel
enough
like
to
I
hit?
I'm
tried.
not even sure you damaged it anyways. It's just a normal sword now.
Oh, right. That's true.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage. It's just a
Right. You can damage the web for no problem because that doesn't. But,
I'm
but
just flailing, but
He's like,
you know what?
"Ah."
I'm okay with it.
Thanks,
I
Frank.
am going to
Thanks for
I am-
keeping our bot clear.
right. I'm going to turn back to Tantan and say, thanks for the inspiration. Have one in turn and hang in there, and you get 1d10 inspiration.
Okay. All right. Lovely.
His
So-
response is,
But you feel inspired to write
I do.
poetry.
I do.
inspired to live.
Yes.
There's a hole in my heart where like.
Yeah, huh?
All right. Good stuff, Merime. So you're going to stay where you are, as we said, because of being in front of your sister. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So that's going to lead us. Actually, no. First, there's going to be. First, it's going to do something. It is going to attempt to.
Legendary action.
It's going to attempt to bite Merime, although this time it's not going to be doing so with advantage because Merime is no longer restrained.
Ha.
So it is going to attempt to bite.
It might still succeed, but
22.
yes, that will hit.
Okay.
I feel like we just don't know each other that well for the bites to happen.
That is going to be 16 piercing, 3 more necrotic, which again is not resisted because Aura of Life is not up at the moment. That leads you to 19 points total damage. So you're looking at 56? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm
Lovely.
down 100 points. Okay,
I
I'm
mean,
impressed.
this shadow spider should take you out to dinner.
It's just,
Right.
it's like, that
so
was
pushy.
Merime.
So pushy.
Yeah.
Nisiana, you are up next.
So I have questions.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
So you said artifacts. Does that include my spell ring and my?
Yep.
No, that is not an artifact level.
Oh. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Oracle of War is like an artifact level device.
Yes, thank you.
What
That.
about my cloak of the 12
No.
councils?
Nope.
Shit. Okay.
We don't have anything that is artifact level.
All right. Well, guess what I have? I have 2 healing potions.
Okay.
Give me a second because that may also not work at the moment. This
Jesus.
any
It's a
magic,
healing potion.
there's still
or is
magic.
it technically medicine.
magic
they
items.
really,
the,
though?
the properties and powers of magic items are suppressed within this field.
But you make them with alchemy.
Doesn't matter.
That's well, no, it may matter. Boy, that's
Because
interesting.
if a
about-
healing
well,
potion is just medicine, it works.
That's a very good question. Because what they always say is it's like using a healing spell.
Mhm.
Huh. I'd rule you could use it. I agree that it's being designed from alchemy. I think that's
I
right.
have been saving these 2 freaking
No, I know,
healing
I know.
spells.
No, I know.
Healing things.
No, I think that's fair.
I hand one to Merime, and then I run over to Miatantan.
Okay.
I thought
Throw
you were gonna
it
say
directly at his face.
That's what I thought. I thought you were just and he's dead. You know?
It's like
He's healed, but also dead.
Can I take the action to pour it down his throat?
You cannot.
Pinch his nose.
Let me think about this. So if he's unconscious,
He's not. He's
I
got.
know, I know he's not. I'm trying to think about whether you can feed someone else a healing potion. You're handing one to Merime. You know what? I will say that you can do that as your action. So you're the
Assuming
you can't
Tantan
you can
wants to
well
drink
give it a second. Give me 1 second though. You can give a potion to Merime, but she can't use it the exact same turn because that would be like essentially force feeding it to her. You can't do that and also do it for Tantan. I'll let you hand it to Merime because you're right next to her, and then she can take it on her turn, and then you run down to Tantan and basically like, I don't know, smash it in his face or something, whatever you're going to do.
Well, if I
that you
can't
could do.
actually,
If
hand it,
Tantan wants to do that, he could try to avoid it. I mean, you know.
if I can't pour it down his throat, I can try and cut him free. That's the other thing I can do.
Well, you can make,
Theoretically, if Tantan is dead, he cannot drown. So
They're
you
healing,
can just
they're,
pour
they're
it down
healing
his
potions.
throat.
You can't drown on them anyway.
Yeah, that's right. So it's up to you. If Tantan wants to allow it, you can heal him, basically, is the effect of this. Or you can try to make a strength check to try to get the tentacles off of him that are grappling him.
As far as I know, he is all magic as well like me, so I think I'd rather heal him
Seems reasonable.
and let him fight his way out. So
Seems logical.
I didn't actually write down. It was a strong healing potion. That's all I got.
Probably
so
extra healing. So if it is extra healing, that means I think
2d8 plus 8, I
2d8
think.
plus, yeah.
I believe so. It just
give
basically
me
doubled, which is a
just a
d8 plus
sec.
4. So
2d8 plus 8.
Yeah.
But I can't add my plus 5 to it because it's not a spell.
I
Never
actually, so I have this as 4d4 plus 4, which is the
Oh.
same. I mean, whichever. So
44 plus
4d4 plus 4.
Okay, I'm going to roll the 40. Oh, I'm going to roll 1. Let me roll 3 more. So 1 plus...
Ugh.
So
Well,
5 plus 4. So 9 hit.
hey, look,
Take 9
9's
points.
better than 13's better than 4, right? I mean,
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I mean, you've tripled his hit points.
yeah.
So there you go.
And if I'm correct, you are still on the inside edge of my aura.
When it comes back, if it
When
comes
it
back.
comes back.
When it
yes.
comes back. Oh, right. That's right. It's not here.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, good stuff, Nisiana. That's
That's
everything for
all
you because of
you.
the taking that action. So, okay, it is time for it to take what we all like to call a legendary action. It is going to once again attempt to bite Merime.
Can't. Oh,
Have a
that's
healing
the
potion.
banner's not moving. Damn
Right.
it.
25 to hit.
Yes, that will hit. Confirming that will indeed hit.
Okay, let's see. So that.
Oh no, I
is-
can't do it. I can't even do it. Doesn't matter.
So that is 7 piercing plus an additional 4 necrotic. Again, that doesn't get resisted because of the reasons we talked about. So that's 11 more points. So 45.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were correct.
You'll be happy to know that it's now Rowan's turn. So Rowan, this is not. You're damaging it. It's
That's not
really,
good news,
Yeah,
Don't
powerful.
count on me in this instance.
And Tanton's
Clarifying question.
Sure.
What is the distance between me and the edge of this anti-magic field?
I'd say 25 feet this way, and about, I don't know, maybe just a little over 10 this way. Remember, you're grappled, though. Your speed is 0 unless, but you know.
Cool. I would like to get out of this grapple bullshit. How do I do that again?
You are going to be making a strength check. So you're making basically an opposed strength check against the grapple.
You are mighty, you are fierce.
You can do it! And again, you can be inspired by people. You can use your hero point, which I think you still have. One of the few.
I am pushing my luck big time right now.
Okay.
I am going to Tides of Chaos, which
Can
means
you-
that I
can-
owe you a magic surge roll after the strength check.
Okay,
but I'm
can you-
making the
can you
strength
do
check
that?
as advantage.
Can you
Can
do
you
that,
do
Rowan?
that?
You're an anti-magic.
You're an anti-magic right now.
How can you
I
do
don't
that?
think you can do Tides of Chaos.
A magical effect.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a magical effect.
Meh.
As such, maybe. It's a great idea, but this anti-magic field sucks. I'll admit that.
Yeah, it does.
It's like
Fair.
crippled. I mean, not good. Not good.
Okay. I guess I try the thing by itself. Strength. My strength is bad, y'all. We'll see how this goes.
You got this.
You'll get lucky.
Nisiana doesn't believe in you
That's
either.
me. There you go.
Look at that!
Wow.
Crit succeeds! Rowan
You
is like...
negative Nelly.
Rowan, you are free from the tentacles. You rip them the hell off.
You
I
are mad.
immediately sprint this way,
Wow.
and then
That's about as clutch as it gets.
I immediately pop my Mark of Shadow. Once per long rest, I can choose to vanish from one place and reappear anywhere within 100 feet that I can see.
Okay.
You fun.
I can see in this direction, can't I?
You can. Just before you do this, though, you're doing this as a bonus action because your action was to free yourself from the grapple. So, because you broke free as your action and then moved. So is this a
Right,
bonus
it didn't
action?
say if this is a bonus action.
It's not.
It doesn't say.
That's the problem.
Hey,
Because I'm all about it, but I don't think it, unless it's a bonus action, you can't do it.
Then you can
okay. Then that means that I have to do two things, one of which is actually dumber than having to pop my Mark of Shadow.
Okay.
How many times can I gain a bonus action? I can only gain one bonus action. If it says I can gain a bonus action, okay, cool. Right. Okay, cool.
I love also that Rowan, by the way, emerges from the shadows, right? Like the billowing shadows just runs out and, is outside and you can see this cloud.
Okay,
Well-
how far am I from this thing now?
So now you are 5, 10, 15, 20, still about 25, maybe 30 feet, about 25 feet, I think.
Okay. Tried and true then. It is time for a wall of fire.
As a bonus action?
Yes, I am.
You're quick or doing whatever quick.
Quickening.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
using a quicken
Totally
spell.
cool.
So
And one slight correction to your descriptor, there are
Yeah.
he comes running out of the shadowy fog and his arm reactivates.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because that's a good point. Yes. That's right.
Cool.
yeah.
That is a good point.
God,
That's a much better
fucking cool.
descriptor.
Me emerging from this dark fog as my arm suddenly reactivates and I point it past everybody else and fire. A wall
It's
of
vaguely
fire towards-
cyborgy from Justice League, right? Just vaguely, like, there's a little bit of it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like how Bucky's arms every once in a
that,
while,
yes,
has this
yes.
kind of flare
That's even
back
better.
together.
It's even better example. Yeah. Yep.
So
Where are you
Let
putting
us-
that wall?
I mean,
Sure, it'll be
anywhere
fine.
that is touching the thing and facing the thing, but I'm trying to leave you all out of it. So that's God, 60 feet long, 20 feet high. So that's, let's say, roughly. Can I draw a fucking line? Let's say that that's a line this way.
Okay.
With the heat end facing this way.
All right.
And you can
so-
actually do the math because I do not care.
Okay. So let's see. So
No, I can't communicate with you right now, so I'm just gonna
Nope.
run with it.
The heat end facing the other way. Right. So we're looking at like this rotated to that, and then stretched like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How far? How big is this wall? How long is the wall?
60 feet long, 20 feet high.
It is very long.
Yay. And I'm using all of it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
So what happens now? How does this thing work again? Jesus. Right. So now it makes a dex save.
It does make it. It is. I'm going to put it another way. I wouldn't normally say this. It is choosing to succeed. It is a skill known as legendary resistance. So it is choosing to succeed.
So fucking mad.
It goes. Blue, 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 blue.
I wish I could choose that.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so
Why don't I get a lair?
half of 5d8 fire damage. That's what, 11?
Yeah. Yes. So.
Right. So it takes 11 damage.
Okay.
And then it will take that same 11 damage every time it remains in that wall or moves within the wall for the first because it's on it, it will take that 11 damage twice, right? Well, no, it'll just take it once because it ended its turn there.
It
But
can't end its turn in
actually
it, right?
leave any range where
Right.
it's not being touched by the thing, without coming severely south.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I guess I'm here.
And now I need
Jesus.
and now I need a wild magic surge roll
Right,
from you,
yes.
please.
Dang it. This would be a wonderful time to turn into chicken or some bullshit. 17.
Nope. Sadly, no. Good stuff though. However, Rowan. All right, moving right along. Tanton, you felt better. So you're here, but it is your turn. You are still within the anti-magic field for the moment.
Yeah.
And grappled too.
And yeah. Well, if he spends his action to get out of the thing and moves out of it, there's still nothing he can do.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
But no, so he's just gonna shoot.
Yep. Shoot.
Well, not that one. I have to do this one because it's non-magical. So 27.
27 will hit.
For 5 points of non-magical piercing.
Okay. Let's see. The benefit of the spell that was previously cast. Oh no, because that's been removed because of the anti-magic. So yeah, it is. So it takes a little damage, but not very much.
Yeah.
So yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Second attack.
Second attack. Yep.
Natural one.
Oh no. Fired into Nisiana. No.
Fortunately, she's below my line of fire.
Yeah, no, I know.
But a natural one is a natural one.
It's a natural one, yeah.
Actually shoot Merime in the back of the head.
Ow!
Sorry. Or actually, it would be more like,
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can't move, Tanton. So
yeah,
it's just up to.
I don't think I have any healing spells either. I mean, healing potions. Because normally I just rely on my stuff. Yep.
So then that is the end of your turn. Spanner is still shut down, and so that leads us to Alarian.
So, Valerian, you hear a very odd couple of thumps as they hit the floor for the first time in like I don't know, forever, which is really weird. And then
I feel the gravity.
I'm gonna allow him to make. I'm gonna allow myself to make the obvious supposition as to what happened, and I will stride this way until things turn back on again.
Okay.
Out of the field.
Okay.
Which, yeah, and then once I'm back, pinned against the wall, and luckily the heat's on the other side,
Yeah.
but I'm still right there, and once I back up again, then we're going to
Yep.
go to town on Shadow Boy.
Yep.
So, yep.
Yep. So you move out of the way, and then you go
Exactly.
swing.
That'll be a 22.
That will hit, yes.
A lousy 10, but I'll take it. And then
Okay.
second attack.
You will also take it.
Oh, 27 for 15. There we go.
Okay.
Off that, too. Thank you very much. But the good news is he looks like it's on fire, which I am a big fan of.
This boss is on fire. All right.
All right.
Right. Okay. So you're there.
That's it.
That
Yep.
is your turn. Okay. So last turn of the session today, and of that is him. So the first thing you'll be happy to know is that the shadows dissipate. So the anti-magic field now has dissipated, which means Spanner comes
Yay!
back and everyone's magic is returned and all that other good stuff.
Yay!
So there is that. All right.
There was much rejoicing.
So he is going to, let's see, 1, 2, and 3. Right, okay. I have to re-roll that. He's going to roll 1, 2. All right, so 2, 5. All right. So let's see. He is, first of all, going to shoot out from one of his eye stalks. 3 beams pew, 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 shoot out from 3 different eye stalks. One of them, Marime, is targeted at you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I am good at these. So I get advantage on them
Heard
now
that
that
before.
it's ever helped.
Yes.
Shh, negative. So much negativity. 17.
17 will make it.
Yes!
So you are not frightened by that. Good work. Okay. The next thing is a ray shoots at you, Larian. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
It's a new one. Okay. All right. Yep.
Dealing with a beholder.
I know, right? 16.
16 is just enough.
Yeah, I
you
thought
feel
so.
your sort of limbs starting to slow, but then you're like, no,
Shrug it
must
up,
resist.
power me!
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Okay. And then the last one is going to, I think, is going to shoot towards Spanner because that's the one that's also there. So I need Spanner, please. And Spanner is now up. So I need Spanner to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
On Dynamite.
Dynamo was so cute.
Yeah, man, I
That
haven't
is
heard
adorable.
that. That's a name I've not heard for a long time.
12.
12 is not going to do it. He takes 53 points of force damage and is disintegrated.
Ow!
Spanner.
Poor Spanner.
So that puts us at what, version
4.0.
5 now?
Or is it 5?
No,
4.
remember,
Four.
he's like, no, it's not versions. It's the same Spanner. It's whatever. So
We also don't listen to Tantan on that. It's version, I think.
It's true. That is
that's
true.
right. That's true. All right. So that was his first action. And for his second action, he's going to attempt to bite Marime.
I'm very tasty in my defense.
Uh,
Kalishtar are like,
I will give her 4 points of armor.
oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I will
Mainly
lose.
because you had this Black Forest cheesecake still stuck in you.
That's true.
14.
Very sweet taste.
Delicious!
I suspect a 14 is going to miss.
It is going to miss.
I
This is
think we have to do it
exciting.
now. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right. Which, as we head back up to the top of the round, fighting against probably the toughest creature they fought in this campaign to date, I would say.
No kidding.
We are going to. Oh, go ahead.
Takes 11 damage.
Wait, what does? Oh, yes, that's right. Right. Oh, is it going to move out of that, or is it just going to take it? No, it's just going to take it. And with it, burning, fighting, and with Infinity Beyond fighting for their lives, quite literally in the character sense, we are going to bring this session to a close. It will lead to a super epic next session in February, as one way or the other, this combat and this portion will be wrapped up, and we will move swiftly on at that point into the next part. If they survive it, and it is Not sure yet. We're gonna find out.
Mhm,
Because
mhm.
as of right now, this has been pretty tough. This guy, when I was reading about him reading about her in the first place, I was kind of like, oh, interesting. And then the more I read, I was like, this is this is a level 14 combat, and it opens up with a nice 50 plus points of damage to Nisiana, which you all were like, right.
Oh.
We see, we're all
Okay,
like,
time to get to work.
that is time to get to work. But it was great. I really enjoyed seeing you all play through some of that. I love the reaction to the Bigby's hand stuff. I loved the sort of dream, thinking about the dream consequence. Just very good sort of visually, intriguing role play, I think. And it really sets up nicely for next time. Again, chat, I know that there's a sort of saying about D&D that like it can't be balanced once you get past a certain level, and there is something to that. But man, there is something that's also satisfying about just a freaking heavyweight fight, which is what we're looking at right now, and especially with the anti-magic thing, where you're all like, "Wait, I can't do a ton of crap. Like, what the frick?" So that's a lot that is being played in here. But I trust this group to be able to manage it, and the fact that they were able to do things like, for example, as I'm about to talk about, the super clutch moment from one certain party member, that made a lot of things very possible, I think, for all of you. So I'm excited to see what happens next. So with all that said, I will start with Brandon. Brandon, that's about as clutch a strength save as you're ever going to get. Strength check, like that was, or strength save, that was no joke. Getting a crit on that was hugely important. I will mention, by the way, that to break free from that grapple normally would be, it looks like about a 17. So you did not have a lot of margin for error to break free for you in that particular situation. But you did. You got out. You got the wall of fire at least up and functional. And more important, at least you can do all your stuff now, like including your arm. Trent actually sent me a little message being like, in the meantime, was like, is his arm working? And my answer was like, nope, but you didn't use it until we got to this moment. And so, but yeah, the Winter Soldier image that you all mentioned of like, with his arm working in is pretty slick. So there was that. And also your reaction to Nisiana. And I loved the little role play you all were doing with Spinweave. Very interesting to me because obviously you were like, your reaction was not, well, I go my own way and screw Nisiana. It was, I'm sure you weren't like super pleased at being rebuked, but it was very much like, I trust Nisiana at this moment. And that was an interesting, again, a sort of coherency trust building moment that I liked, and that is not necessarily the way you needed to go with that, or that Rowan needed to go with that. So that was interesting. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Ooh. I will just add that a thing that I thought I was going to do and then decided against it when Rowan ducked out of the anti-magic field was to go, wait, Eberron, are you actually there? But I decided against it.
That would have been something, though, if you were like, wait, really? It's
yeah,
fine, sorry.
Because, again, -1. This is, I think, the first time all game I've rolled strength because I've been trying to avoid having to be in a position where I could fail that badly.
Yeah.
And yeah, when it mattered, I did the thing, and that's actually very rewarding. So, the Bigby's hand thing was also very fun. I hadn't imagined that it would go that way, but I'm very grateful that it did, because now we gotta have a conversation about boundaries. Rowan is very regularly just making decisions. And I'm pretty sure this kind of already dovetails very nicely from the last conversation that Nisiana and Rowan had. Because Rowan has just been constantly going, okay, things are bad. We need to start doing things. And Nisiana is still willing to go, yeah, but not those things. Not like this.
Yeah, not that.
Yeah. And Rowan is still getting used to not suddenly making decisions. Because in other circumstances, when you're on a con, you just kind of have to do what is necessary to get out of harm's way and or get the job done. And it is actually very upsetting to be in situations where the stakes are higher and then be told these are not decisions that you should be making.
Yeah.
So getting used to that is still very interesting for Rowan. And when we were speaking to Spinweave, that was fun as well, being able to go, like, the thing that mattered, I guess, in that interaction for Rowan is this is still a con. We are still essentially a crew. So when I say I trust Nisiana, it's because Nisiana has a plan, and when we follow through with that plan, we do not die. But as previously noted, I am still want to do my own thing every once in a while. So yeah, being able to like state that aloud was actually kind of refreshing in that moment, in part because I feel like Rowan also got a lot of joy from saying, yeah, I killed bad guys, they deserved to die. I have no Did you think I was going to feel shame?
Yeah.
People die all the time.
I like that. That was good. Yeah, enjoyed it. Please, I'd like to do more of killing the bad guys. Yeah. Well, and you know, obviously, Spinweave is the ultimate bad faith, right? I mean, Spinweave generally is curious about knowledge. Like, actually, is telling the truth there. That's not a spoiler to anybody. Really wants to know what motivates mortals to think what they think. But beyond that, Spinweave is always just like, well, tell me more about how you're weak and pointless, and you're like, yeah, I'm not though here, so shut up. You know?
Yeah, like, you are right. I think Rowan also got that kind of sense as well, that Spinweave wasn't trying to be facetious. Spinweave genuinely believed there is something ignoble about valuing life and then destroying other people's lives. And then Rowan is like, these are terrorists. They want to open the realm of the dead. That is kind of uniquely anti-life. So I solved the problem the only way I mechanically could.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm glad we don't have to have that conversation with that thing again. Let's just leave. Turns out Ilarion was right the whole time. So yes. Hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. You can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That's TITHES. You can now also apparently find me on the Seattle Worldcon website's blog.
Yeah, let's go.
Because now every Monday, I, alongside a handful of other folks that will probably be announced when we actually get those things to come through, I am now writing a weekly blog segment on the Seattle Worldcon blog called Converse, where we get to talk about speculative poetry, what it is, how you can read it, and hopefully get you prepared to think more deeply about some of the speculative poetry that is available to be nominated for the Best Speculative Poem Special Award at the Hugos this coming Worldcon, because nominations are starting very, very soon. They haven't been announced yet, but I get the impression that it will be in the next couple of weeks. So now is a good time to go through all of the magazines that you've read through the last couple of months and go, I didn't read this poem before. Maybe I should read it now. Because I am very, very hopeful that you will find some absolute gems in there that are absolutely worthy of a rocket that doesn't have the word Hugo on it. So at some point in the future, we could start giving people rockets with the word Hugo on it, because that's actually very rewarding to me. As previously noted, we have another session of Eberron coming up in February, but sometime just around that time, I will be in the East Coast, so we can do the thing over at St. John's University. Me and Marie and our good friend Brian Tawara will be talking a lot about the speculative realm over at St. John's. It's going to be a lot of fun. As previously noted, it is free to the public, so if you're also going to be in the area, please pass through. We don't get to see each other very often.
Yeah.
So that's also happening. And sometime before that, I would like very much to be at Capricorn in Chicago the first week of February, but I'm still presently raising funds to see if I can actually make that happen. So if you check Sean Duke out on any social media at most likely Blue Sky, which I'm pretty sure is Sean Duke at bluesky.social, you will find information about how to help raise funds for me to travel to Capricorn, and as a reward for that, I will play several sessions of an as yet undecided RPG over on Sean's channel, Alphabet Streams. So look out for that as well. And a reminder to look out for Grey Shade, which is almost done. And when that is happening, we are going to be doing Grey Shade things here very heavy. So please continue to support the channel, continue to support all the cool stuff that we do, so we can do Grey Shade things here very soon.
Thank you, Brandon. Good stuff today, and looking forward to all of that. Jen, great stuff as well from Nisiana. Yeah, I mean, the spin weave thing, the fact that, as I said, it was something Nisiana would have been like, yeah, opening to the realm of the dead is bad. That's very, very terribly bad. And that is what happens when you have a cult that is like, this would be a great idea, and you don't think things through at all, and so that's exceedingly bad, followed up by everything else that happened. And what I liked about the fight part of this was the fact that since the Aura of Life, I didn't know about the necrotic resistance either, actually. So now we know. I mean, that's very useful information for us to know. But in the meantime, there was a moment when it was literally suppressed, and that whole turn was interesting because you kept being like, well, I can't, this. So doing some of the stuff that you did, which eventually was as simple as just, I give Merime a potion and I run to Tantin and I shove a potion in his face. Like, that's not Nisiana's usual, like, super impressive whatever heals. But what else are you going to do? Like, you're a field medic at that point and you're doing the best that you possibly can. And so I thought that was really interesting. And I also, as I said, loved the reaction to the Big B's hand thing to Rowan. And again, there may be some interesting convos down the line once if and when you manage to survive all this. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
There will be some follow-up on that one because, man, when Brandon said that Rowan did this thing, I had such a visceral reaction. Like, it was just like, that is not right. I don't care if we're in the middle of terrible things happening. You do not do that unless it's an emergency. If it is an emergency, sure, grab us and do, but not in a not immediately you're going to die situation. I don't know. Let's just say the concept of consent is very much on my mind these days.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that when it strikes one viscerally, we have a role-playing session around it and deal, because that's what good role players do. I had a good time. I hated every minute of it.
That only makes sense if you play or watch, Chad. You'll get it.
Nisiana
That's the next shirt, by the way, Greg. That's the next shirt right there.
I had a great time. I hated every minute of it. Oh my God, you're right. That's a great next shirt. Yep.
It's true. It's true. Oh my God. And it's like as if I didn't have enough reasons to hate the Emerald Claw. I mean, it is what this conversation has probably done is actually made Nisiana maybe a little bit more reckless towards trying to make sure the Emerald Claw does not succeed, because what they are doing is so anathema to me. Just like, oh no.
Yep.
So that's where I am right now. A whole lot of no's. No, you can't do this. No, you can't destroy my world. That's where all my stuff and my friends are. The dead need to stay in the dead place.
Yep.
And now I have access to Flame Strike. I may actually use it. Except him and his stupid legendary resistances. Okay. Where am I going to be? You can find me on Blue Sky under Jennifer Brozek. If you want to see my cats, none of them showed up. They were all playing over here. Instagram, Jennifer _Brozek. And please come by my website, sign up for my newsletter. And there are a lot of really cool things happening that I'm working on that will be revealed soon.
All will be revealed.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Also, 2 days left for getting your story into the Worldcon short story contest.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Jen. Good stuff tonight. As always, I will see you next month. Thank you, as always, to John as well. Alarian had some interesting stuff there. The cutting of the threads, which all of you wanted to do, is something that Alarian tried to put a lot of emphasis into, but you made the save, so there was no, sort of permanent effect, at least at the moment. But then you also had these other things to deal with, which included Spinweave kind of reaching out and revealing something we didn't talk about, but just, again, for future reference, revealing something that not the entire party actually knew, which was that you have some cost to pay, which was not made available to anybody.
Niche.
Yep. Because again, knowledge, and how to deploy it in a manipulative and destructive manner is all what Spinweave is about. But still, of all of you, Alarian's fine. I mean, Alarian is just like fresh as a daisy. Marame's gotten crushed, Nisiana's gotten crushed, Tanton's gotten crushed, Rowan's gotten crushed. But
slight correction there. They did touch the ground like a pleb today.
That's true.
That's true. I want to go so
how's it feel to walk like the rest of us?
Oh God, I had to move my legs, man.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, but otherwise, Alarian, if they can survive the million psychic damage that cost, managed to stay in there. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next time?
Gonna curl up in a ball, and well, just wait till I go back and tell the others my crazy story. I walked on the ground. Anyways, this was great. It's great to get back to it. I expected us to get into combat sooner than this, so it was kind of funny. It's funny, like you bring Mouthers behind the door, like, well, we're just not gonna open that door. We're like, okay, fine, which is great. I didn't know what to expect, which is kind of, as the player, is kind of why I severed the bard to see, like, well, he's gonna come after us sometime, but also, and Alarian thought this too, to see, could they do it? And that's what happened. They're like, okay, this is one of the party. We're going to bring this back and yada, yada, yada. And then, yeah, Spinweave was just such a delight. I love it when RV do these kind of things where each of the characters, or a lot of our characters in turn, get, a question or a bit of conversation. And it's like, well, you're channeling this, like, immortal spider thing. And I'm trying. Well, I'm a creature from the stars. How do I combat that? How do I counter that in a way that's character centered? And I think I did a pretty good job on that one. Kind of riposting their question, and then of course they asked the other question. It was like, which was hilarious. Like, well, now we have two questions because you asked me a second one, which I thought was really funny. I'm like, well, I'm going to pounce on that, and it was great. It was great, kind of intellectually riposting and trying to get what we want without giving anything away. And then of course, yes, she snitches on me. Burp. But we'll deal with that when the time comes. So the funny part is I never answered the second question, which I think is hilarious, because then the shadow thing came and we were in combat. So.
Yeah, that's right.
And yes, untouched, except for that walking on the ground. I'll deal with the crippling anxiety of that later, and we'll take care of this beastie, hopefully, ideally. Yeah, this is easily one of the toughest, if not the toughest fight I think you've ever been. The Rakshasa is like nothing compared to this, and but I have no doubt we'll prevail. And yeah, looking forward to February and what comes next. Always fun. I'm usually here. I'm pretty much always here playing with these fine folks, and I don't really start traveling till March, so I'll be here for the foreseeable future. There you go.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. Always a pleasure. And I'm sure you were all broken up to hear, I don't know if you saw this, but in one of the biggest upsets in NFL history, the Detroit Lions lost to the Commanders by 14 points at home. So they are out of the playoffs. The Commanders beat them.
Well, I'll root for the Commanders.
Yeah,
I am shocked the Lions. Wow.
Because they're in your division.
I thought they were going to go all the way.
So did I.
This is
I
the
was
year.
Surprised.
But Jameson, look, Jaden is the real deal, and the Commanders, of course, have also known a lot of Yeah, it was legit. I just saw the score come across my screen. I was like, wow. Anyway, thanks, John. Good stuff tonight. Marie, wonderful work as always with Merime. You were the one who got you were the tip of the spear, as it were, and got a chance on several levels. Number one, that counter charm was very important and in that area when you first entered into it. And I love the idea that basically was, as Spinweave described it, like the basement where they threw unnecessary and unneeded nightmares and dreams. And so you just kind of walk into that mess. And yet your counter charm was very useful and important to get people past that stage. And as you all suspected, taking this passageway may have helped you avoid some of the dangers that this place might have provided otherwise. However, so there was that. And then, of course, you just got slammed and then had to kind of stand up and do the whole restraint thing. So there was a whole bunch going on in that combat as well. And so you have been hurt. Like you're 45 out of 156 and no hero points now. It's gotten real, fairly real, I would say. But I'm sure you imagine that you will prevail nonetheless. How did you feel about today, and where will the fine folks see you next?
I had a blast. I like the fact that we managed, like, between the riddle, the song that we were provided by the bard, and then kind of like what we were seeing, that it's like we just kind of skipped over all of the things that would have robbed us of even more spell slots and hit points and would have left us in a terrible state.
Yep.
So I was very excited by that. I love that I got to use my counter charm, because as soon as Tantan got frightened, I'm like, ooh, I think that's one of the 2 conditions to counter charm, which I've never used because it's never. Well, usually I'm the one who's charmed, let's be honest. But
No, you have advantage on wisdom saving throws, Marie. What do you mean?
I'm so good at them. So as soon as I knew it was frightened, I went back and I was like, oh, it was going to work. Finally, my time has come. So yeah, so I absolutely love that. That was a lot of fun. And then the combat is, yeah, it's a bit nerve-wracking, I gotta say. Mérimée is currently pleased that the magical field at least has lowered and that her sister is further that way in the combat.
Not for long.
Yeah, she imagines not. But right now she's like, okay, we can do this, and if with the magic field down, especially, our chances of success are very good, like excellent.
Unless it recharges.
No, it's not going to do that, Greg. You're wrong. Your words are wrong. So yeah, so I'm very excited for the next time, and I look forward to it, which will be, I think, the next place easiest to find me, and then afterwards, yes, it will be in your neck of the woods, Greg, with Brandon and Brian, and it's going to be fun. I'm very much looking forward to the event, so it'll be a good time.
Good stuff. Thank you, Marie. And I should point out that there's a good chance, chat, based on the schedule for everything. This is partially dependent on Marie's schedule, but February 20th is the storytelling event at St. John's, so mark your calendars if you're nearby. But also, so Brandon is going to be staying with me until the following Monday. If Marie stays until at least Sunday or Saturday night or Sunday, it means that Marie and Brandon could be here playing in person with me at my house as the 3 remote people, and we've done this once before. John and Jen and Tren would be in their places. So we'll see how everything works out schedule-wise.
A reminder that the last time exactly me and Marie were the only physical players of that game. That game also had several technical difficulties.
That's right. Well, but here we're in my place.
Well in advance.
Yeah. But we're in my place though. So.
And if we're there physically, if Greg tries to kill our characters, we just beat him up. Like Brian,
once we take critical damage, we just take the PC off.
Exactly. We'll just put ourselves onto each side of him, Brandon, and we're just we're ready.
No, because his son will come in and hit you with the claw of regret.
The claw of regret. 70 hours from the battle. Yep. You don't want that.
Maybe we can make sure the children are locked in their room safely.
No. We can negotiate with the ARPs. We can make plans can happen.
I was gonna say this is becoming a very terrible misery outtake or something. You're just so I keep the kids in their rooms and
it's gonna be great. You're gonna love it. I can't wait. We're gonna win so well.
It's gonna be amazing. Always a pleasure though, Marie. And last but certainly not least, Tren, also great stuff as well. I really enjoyed the back and forth a little bit with Spinweave, and about the sort of, it's difficult to intellectually joust with a thousands of year old, sage. But it was an interesting take because Spinweave didn't exactly answer it disingenuously, really. It was sort of like, well, this is the stuff that I value now. And again, not a good faith actor. It speaks truthfully, but only in a truthful way that will throw you off, if that makes any sense. And so I think Tantan, as the brain of the group, navigated that fairly well. And then, promptly got obliterated and watched Spanner get disintegrated. And so there was all that. I mean, that was something else. And I would want to point out, chat, you saw what happened to Spanner. Had Tantan lost 4 more hit points, that would have been that. So nasty, very nasty stuff. How did you feel about today's session, Tren? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Loved it. Love it so much. The thing with stuff that I was going to say, that had something to do with the thing. Oh, the answering the question. It reminded me a bit of a scene from Babylon 5 where Marshal Teague is playing one of the Narn, Talon, and he's asking Jakar, he asks him, what do you understand now that you didn't understand before? And Jakar kind of gives him a roundabout answer, and he's like, that was a stirring reply, Citizen Jakar, but while every answer is a reply, not every reply is an answer. You didn't answer the question that I asked. And I'm like, gimme.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, I know this moment. I've seen this moment.
I've seen this before.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it's just, I love this game so much. And like you and I were talking about, just the gremlin in me is like, come on.
Oh my God. When you did the first one, I'm like, Trent is desperately hoping that he will fail this again. Like,
I really was.
Trent, just for those of you who don't know, of course the players in the group know, but just for those of you in chat who don't know for some reason. So Trent doesn't want to lose exactly, but man, there's that whole, rowing with the whole tides of chaos thing. Trent has a little bit of that core of like, wouldn't it be fun though if something happened where I got disintegrated, my character got disintegrated, like something, something where it's like, roll into the failure, right?
And it kind of feeds back towards what I was talking about before, where with classic hardcore World of Warcraft, when your character dies, they're dead, and you have to delete that character and create a new one. And death is the ultimate consequence. And for me, a lot of times when I'm dealing with GMs that are afraid to put real consequence on the table, and it bugs me. Like I don't like plot armor, and so I am definitely one of those players that's like, hey, if it's a legit role, kill my character. I will not be upset about it. Because you need to know that this is a possibility. That the stakes are real. And I love it. I love it to death, literally. Where will people see me next? Probably here. But you can hear me in Hour of the Wolf, the latest BattleTech novel that we published. Is
all 18 plus hours of it.
Nice.
That has been a long time coming.
Oh God, yes.
I posted it on Reddit, and people are like, it's finally here. And I'm like, yes,
it's real. It's real. It's real.
Oh my God. So it's been up for about 2-3 days now. So people who have been like chomping at the bit to listen to it are probably getting pretty close to finishing it by now. And hopefully they will follow my instructions at the end of the book and leave a review on the site you purchased it from.
Oh my God, yes. Yes, that's one thing that once I did the BookBub thing, Athos was nice to do the BookBub thing with Greyshade. So I'm now up to about 70 plus reviews on that, and 70 ratings, I should say, and about 13 or 14 reviews. And several of those mentioned specifically, I listened to the audiobook, love the narration, really it helped me with like name pronunciations and all this, and it was a great, compelling book. And of course, that was narrated by one Trent Sparks.
Oh my God, really?
So, yes. Just in case you didn't know. So anyway,
Stop sleep recording.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Trent. Good stuff today. Good stuff for the entire Infinity Beyond crew. We will wrap up next time one way or the other, and then we will move into part 15 of...
over our lifeless body. No.
We will overlap directly into part 15 with our next...
I will start rolling up my next character.
Just in case. Chat, can we get some love for the incredible Infinity Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, Brandon O'Brien. Great work, crew. Very good high-level play. We will see you folks next month. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right, that is going to do it for us for this evening. Trent's voice, the voice of your work voicemail now. Nice. See, that's where it's at. Yeah, like I've said, the first time that I heard the it was the 10th my 10th year in the service, and I had just killed my 100th person in the name and for the glory of Argoth, the just god. And the first time that I heard him do that thing, just sort of play that one thing for me, just absolute chills. It was really, really amazing. Much more amazing than this thing I can't get off my damn hat. Come on. There we go. Jeez, it's just like standing out there. Anyway, it was awesome. It was totally amazing. So, Good work tonight from everybody. And chat, thank you for the excellent turnout as well. It was really great, and I cannot wait to see what happens with this crew. Big high-level campaign going on here. Big different kind of game going on over at Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks. Big traditional Greyhawk, but not Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk campaign going on with By the Dice Roll. And then big individual game going on with Tari and myself. And as if all that wasn't enough, big D&D going on with the Shadow Crew and with Community D&D doing Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So we're doing all of that stuff. That's really great. Not the hat, the thing on the hat, Dragon Spear. But anyway, it was a really good time. I can't wait for more of that to happen. But I've got to rise up on out of here and head off to bed. So I will say, before I do that, just a couple of reminders. We are going to do a raid today because we have a decent number of people and it's not crazy late. So please stick around for that. I will say ahead of time this time that if you are a sub, if you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch Raid. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which the Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts Have Landed, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically. If you liked what you saw and heard, please make sure to follow the channel. Please make sure to subscribe. Well, I'll talk about that in a minute. Please make sure to check out the YouTube. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you for those who are watching over on YouTube as well. ! ArvTube there. Again, we're trying to get the most number of subscribers over there we can. It's free to subscribe on YouTube, but it really does help us out. We're only about 12 or so away subscribers from 1,100, so would love to see people jump on board and subscribe to our YouTube channel if you can. ! ArvCord is the Discord channel. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please join us over there. ! ArvTweets and ! ArvSky will bring you to Twitter and Blue Sky respectively. Blue Sky in particular is the one I'm pushing. As soon as I get up to a critical mass, I'm going to leave Twitter behind completely, so it's just going to be Blue Sky. So please consider joining us over there. And the website, arvanelleron.com. Don't forget to check out Hearthglow, which is our limited run podcast set in my Forbidden Library universe, starring Carlos Hernandez and C.S.E. Cooney and Adam Petrosino and Zach Clay. Those 4 players will be joining me next month for a recording session in February, and then in March they will be joining me live and in person at Sacred Heart, where we're going to be doing the finale of Hearthglow, which is going to be great. You're definitely going to want to be aware of that. I will make ticket information available to people as soon as I have it, so that will be coming soon. And which will be next month is when I'm going to get that ticket information. So next month we'll have more details for you. And then also Gen GMs, the show that I do with Zach Clay. You can check that out as well. And I believe, as Prince Justin just put, an ! Gen GMs for that. Again, Arvanella are on the website for a lot of this. On the financial front, ! Arv Shop, that's the merchandise area. You can get that shirt that says the best bad idea we've ever had. Now maybe we have a new one that's been joined, which is the whole one about, let me quote it directly, I had a great time, I hated every minute of it, which is Chen's quote and was great. I can't wait to have that maybe on a shirt someday. So yeah, there's that. There's also, of course, ! Arv Treon. That's the Patreon. We're really trying to get that back into the triple digits. You can get inspirations to help our players. You can get a whole bunch of stuff to support the channel, and also get cool stuff for yourself. Custom. You can get an epic poem written about you. You can get an epic character background written for you. Even a critique of writing done by a professional writer, yours truly, if you wish. So there's all sorts of things that you can get there. Plus supporting the channel. Also subbing to the channel, as several of you did today, including a few gift subs, also really helpful. That gives you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And those inspirations, which as you saw tonight, were very helpful, and they are probably going to need more of them, I'm guessing, next month with the finale of this fight. So definitely will want to check that out. And on the publishing side, ! Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, ! Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And ! Greyshade, that's that Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade Heretic, available, the Grey Assassin Trilogy from Athos Arts. You can get those at that link. You can get the audiobook of Greyshade I was just talking about from Trent Sparks and Athos at that link, and you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade from Brandon O'Brien, who was just talking about this, and Alligator Alley Entertainment. That'll be coming out the summer of this year, and you can pre-order that right now, and pre-orders really do help, so please do that if you possibly can. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in that situation in the future. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, and of course the Rising Tides, best mods in the business. Thank you to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Prince Justin, the Rising Tides, Graymere, Tom, Trendane. Tom, thanks again for the gift subs as well. And thank you to my wonderful viewers, Beat Trader, Butthurt Gamer. Thank you to Elda Dorino. Thank you to Jagtris, to Kid Comanthe, Nonstop, and Saturnius. Thank you all so very much for all of that. And again, we will be rating as soon as we are done here with the outro video. So please make sure you watch that. And then we will see you back here on Tuesday for in the afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, for sorry, I'm just moving things around. For Atari Tunes and I doing the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream, and then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern over on GOG.com's Twitch channel for Pen and Pixels doing By the Dice Roll with Ghost of Saltmarsh, which we are going to be doing next. And with that, please, everybody, stick around for the raid, and I'll see you folks back here on Tuesday. Until then, special thanks tonight to my Infinity and Beyond crew. Wonderful job from them, and I'll see all of you lovely folks down the line. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. Stick around for the raid, and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Alarian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without salvation.